Greetings and salutations, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Learning the Ropes. I'm XLJ, the OG, joined by my partner in crime, my other brother from my other mother, one Michael J. Duplessis. How you doing, buddy?
Great. How are you, fam?
I am doing magnificent, my friend. Great to be back here with you on another Thursday night here on Cole TV for Learning the Ropes. And it's WrestleMania season. We are getting ready for the grandest show of them all. Can you believe it's like 30 some days away and WrestleMania is going to be here?
It's actually kind of crazy that this came by fast because I feel like WrestleMania 40 just happened.
Just happened, right? Yeah. And here we are going into WrestleMania 41 in Las Vegas, potentially somehow may top that. But we are going to be talking about WrestleMania, not only tonight, but on our next couple of episodes of Learning the Ropes here as we get you ready for WrestleMania. But tonight's topic, well, it's going to be a little interesting because everybody wants to talk about the greatest matches, the greatest moments, the best manias. We're not going to do that here tonight on Learning the Ropes. Oh, no. We're going to shit on the WrestleManias because there's some bad ones, folks, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight, as we are going to give you our Baker's Dozen, our top 13 worst WrestleManias of all time. And there's some bad ones on here, Mike.
Yes, there is. I hate you for making me watch this bullshit to remind myself.
You're welcome. You know you love me. All right, but before we get started, of course, as always here on Learning the Ropes, we got to kick it off right with a plug-a-palooza. And this past week on Cole TV, it's been a busy one because our last Friday, it was our Friday night movie night season premiere. You can catch a replay of that available now. Check it out where we got to watch Samurai Cop, the all-time classic. You can also catch a replay of PW60 from this week, as well as the latest episode of The Hunt, where I was out in beautiful Burbank, California. Got to check out a place called Blast from the Past with the best gout machine. So that's available now here as well. And also, speaking of the best gout machine, him and Sienna got the privilege of going to AEW Revolution from this past Sunday. And their little mini vlog is available now here as well on Cole TV. So you can catch replays of all of that. And don't forget, you can always head on over to Pro Wrestling Tees to check out and get some of our sweet, sweet merch. We got Cole TV shirts. We've got PW60 shirts. And one day, I promise you, we'll have more shirts. But you can check out over on ProWrestlingTees.com. And of course, my friend Michael here is always busy. He's all over the place. But you can always catch him every Monday night over on World Championship Wreckage's YouTube channel for Netflix and Raw. This past one was a doozy.
It was. And we will be doing a day stream, even though Netflix is going to be like in the morning for me.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're over in Europe, but that will still be going on.
Yeah, what time is that? What time is Raw for you?
Actually, no, it'd be 1 o'clock my time. Like noon or 1 o'clock my time.
Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay.
So
yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
But you definitely want to head on over there to World Championship Wreckage and see all of their amazing content they have over there to give you. All right. That being said, we got some really bad WrestleManias to talk about here tonight. But we're not alone. Oh, no. We have a very special guest join us tonight and some surprises along the way as well. But let's bring him on in. You know him. You love him. It's been a minute since he's been here on Learning the Ropes. Let's go. Here's Tyler Wrestlers.
Yeah.
How are you, my friend?
Hey, I am doing great. How about you guys?
I'm doing awesome, man. Great to see you. Glad you could join us for this very special episode of talking about WrestleManias that suck.
Yeah.
Because
I'm excited. I'm okay with dealing with the bad stuff. So
yeah, we celebrate the good stuff, but there's some bad stuff, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Is some of the worst WrestleManias of all time. Let me ask you guys this before we kind of get into our list here. In your opinion, what makes a bad WrestleMania? Is it the main event? Is it the mid card? Is it like openly? Is it a combination? I mean,
combination. Also, I think it has to do with the build-up.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not invested in the storyline, and it's just trash or whatever.
Well,
I think it's a combination.
Combination. Okay. Well, let me ask you this: what about like the build up when it's like great, but then the match sucks? Like, I mean, I could think of a perfect example
Yeah.
last year, the Usos. I mean, we thought
Yeah.
that was going to be amazing, and that match bombed.
Yeah, exactly. I got a couple on my list that are good examples of that too, of other WrestleManias that happened at, and it's just like, oh, the buildup was amazing, but then it was like they laid an egg in the match. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things too where it's just like one of those things where it's like you can have and there's trust me, there's I know on my list there's a couple of these WrestleManias where there's like you may be surprised because there's some matches on these lists that's like some of the all-time greatest WrestleMania matches, but just because you got the greatest match doesn't mean you got a great
Facts.
Exactly.
WrestleMania.
I have
Like,
a few of those too.
yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, so we're going to talk about it all tonight, but I mentioned we got some surprises because what would a show about bad WrestleManias or WrestleManias in general be without not having some run-ins? Because we got another very special guest joining us. Oh, ladies, it's about to get hot in here. Let's bring him in. Pat the Wise Man. You're wearing a shirt. Did you not get the memo, my friend?
I'm sorry, brother. I really and truthfully, the only reason I put one on is because right as I was stepping out of the shower, my sister showed up to pick up a birthday gift, and so I had to throw one on to run out and give it to her. So my apologies.
It's okay. We'll forgive you now. We're going for that demo, the ladies and guys who love you. So we'll get it later. It's all good. It's all good. So,
At some point.
How you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing all right, man. It was hot as the devil's dick in a leather thong in the summertime outside, and I work outside. But overall, I made it through the day. I am off for the next 3 days, thank the Lord. And I'm ready to talk about very bad WrestleManias.
Yes. I was just talking to Tyler and Michael here. We were talking about, so in your mind, in your opinion, what makes a bad WrestleMania?
Ooh, man, there's a lot that goes into a bad mania, because like even some manias that you have like nostalgia toward, like it can be a one match card and the rest of the card can be just terrible. And I have a couple of those on my list, but even not so much as you know, the matches can be good, but the outcomes can be terrible. The pace that everything is moving, small things like anytime Kid Rock ever performs anything, there's a lot that goes into it, man. And I think for me, and it happened a lot while I was making my list and I was doing all of my research and everything like that. If you can tell me a WrestleMania this number and I have to genuinely like rack my brain to think of anything about it, it's a bad mania.
There you go. That's a perfect way of putting it, my friend, because I mean, each year it's like the culmination of all that year's storylines is supposed to come to a head. And if it's something where you're just like, okay, that was it, like move on to the next one. I will say this, I think we've been blessed because I don't think really we've had a bad WrestleMania since COVID? Really?
Yeah.
Because I mean,
yeah,
for the most part,
they haven't been bad. They've been decent.
Decent to good.
Yeah.
Well, that being said, folks, let's get right into it. Let's give you our top 13, our Baker's Dozens of our 13 worst WrestleManias of all time. We're going to start off with 13. And gentlemen, if you don't mind indulging me, I'd kind of like to go first on this one because I think this one's going to probably surprise some people. Because for my number 13, I went with a WrestleMania that I think a lot of people do love. But I also think a lot of people hate it too, and rightfully so, for the right reasons. And don't get me wrong, there's a couple of great matches on this show. But for me, my number 13 of worst WrestleManias of all time is I got to go to Detroit, WrestleMania 23. Absolutely did not like that show at all. I mean, the main event with Shawn and Cena was great. Don't get me wrong. And Batista and Taker was a phenomenal matchup. But what killed it for me was the battle of the fucking billionaires. Like,
Oh, yeah.
And I felt so. And the thing is, the guys involved in that, like Umaga and Bobby Lashley, great competitors. I love Umaga, man. I love Bobby, but just fucking Captain fucking orange face piece of shit. Who, sorry, we're not gonna get into that, but being involved in a WrestleMania, and then you got this, the evil fucking Vince McMahon, like two of the worst human beings who have a special place in hell for them when they die. There, I said what I said. Fuck them both. That's obviously why I hate WrestleMania 23 is because of those two fuck faces. Too bad they couldn't have both been shaved bald. That would have been wonderful. And Austin just beat the fuck out of them. That's that. Okay, and there's some other stuff on this show too, like Great Khali and Kane. Like, like that's a fucking shitty Monday Night Raw match at best. You kicked it off with a multi-man Money in the Bank matchup, which was fine and all, but it was just, and it was cool that Kennedy won. Love seeing Kennedy won, but of course that ended up going nowhere. The women's match this year was it was Melina, I think, against Ashley Massaro.
Yeah, in a Lumberjill match.
In a Lumberjill, it was just kind of like, eh. I mean, it was what it was, but the two title matches were great. And then, but you also, I think, you had MVP against Chris Benoit, which was
They had that weird tag match that was like Flair and Carlito.
Oh yeah, that was on the
versus Chavo
and Guerrero with Gregory Helms.
Greg Helms, that's who it was.
Yeah, in a lumberjack.
Yeah, like
and
why?
Then you got the ECW, at least ECW got on the show. Who would have ever thought Sandman competing at a WrestleMania? That's something I never thought I would have seen.
Yeah.
So
or Sabu,
or Sabu, yeah. And then going up against what was it? The New Breed. Yeah.
Which had Elijah Burke, Marcus Corvan, Matt Striker, and Kevin Thorne.
Yeah.
Shout out Marcus Corvan, or as I prefer to call him, Monty Brown. Like that guy should have been something special.
Oh yeah, and respect to him too. It's interesting, you look at his story because like he pretty much left so he could take care of his sister. I think it was, wasn't it, Mike?
Mm-hmm. His sister's kids. She got sick. Mm-hmm. It's the same reason Elix Skipper left the business.
Oh, okay.
They had very much parallels. Elix Skipper also had a family member who got sick and had to take care of their kids.
But for me, I put 23 on this list. It's one of those ones I can't watch. It's hard for me to rewatch. Other than I can watch Shawn and Cena and Batista and Taker. I can do that. But the rest of it, there's too mid, and then that fucking the Trump thing. Makes me want to puke just thinking about it. For me, that's why that is my 13th worst WrestleMania is WrestleMania 23. All right, Mike, would you like to go, my friend?
Okay, my number 13 would be WrestleMania 25. Yes, it has the greatest WrestleMania match ever, or second greatest, depending on how old you are, because Savage and Steamboat. But like outside of this, you have Santina Marella winning a women's battle royal. You have Chris Jericho beating up old timers Ricky Steamboat, Jimmy Snuka, and Roddy Piper. You have, my opinion, the second worst brother versus brother match in Jeff versus Matt Hardy.
That was horrible.
Yeah, it was not a good match.
You have Ray versus JBL for the Intercontinental title, which I forgot it was a match that happened.
Oh, yeah.
And I love Ray. I just legitimately forgot that match happened.
And he was dressed as the Joker, right? At this
yes.
one?
Yeah.
The
good Joker, not when he fought Brock and came out as the new Joker, but it looked more like Doink.
Yes. Yeah. You have John Cena versus Big Show versus Edge. And then Triple H versus Randy, which is not one of their better matches.
Yeah.
They built up that match to be such a blood feud like this thing, and then they decided if Randy gets disqualified, he loses. I was like, no, that needs to be like the only stipulation of this match.
Yeah, exactly. And then CM Punk wins the Money in the Bank.
And I think, as Pat says, it also meets the requirement of a Kid Rock performance too, right?
Yes, because he brings out the women.
Jesus Christ. Why couldn't he just stop that ball?
Having a women's battle royal and then having a man and drag win it is crazy.
And also have a future felon in Tammy Sitch compete in it too.
Yeah.
Also,
I didn't want to bring this up.
Also, just a weird nitpick. I hate that WrestleMania 25 is called the 25th anniversary of WrestleMania. No, the fuck it's not. It's the 24th anniversary. It's the 24th anniversary, guys.
Yeah.
Please stop this.
Yeah, the numbering's all wrong with people not knowing what anniversaries are.
I gotta say this. I almost put this one on my list, but I didn't, simply for the fact of two things. One, Shawn and Taker.
Yeah.
And the other reasoning being because, okay, the stuff, the 3 versus 1 handicap match was, that was dumb, but goddamn, Ricky Steamboat looked like $1 million though.
He really did.
All things considering.
He's the only one in that match that looks like Ricky Steamboat looked better than Jericho in that match.
Facts.
And he's going 30 years on Jericho.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys this, a hypothetical on that one. Do you think we would be talking about that WrestleMania in a bigger light if they had went through with the original plans and it had been Mickey Rourke against Chris Jericho?
I think it would have made it worse.
I think so.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, because I was a huge fan of The Wrestler. I mean, it's a sad as fuck movie, but it's a great movie.
I'm a fan of The Wrestler. I'm just not a fan of Mickey Rourke.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the hype on it would have been. It's one of those things. I think, Pat, the hype would have been great on it, but you get to the actual match, like, oh, this is the drizzling shits.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. So WrestleMania 25 is your 13th worst. Okay, I respect it. Pat, how about you, my friend? What's your 13th worst WrestleMania?
So for my 13th WrestleMania, and please, everybody that's watching, just let me explain after I tell you. Number 13 is WrestleMania 36. COVID Mania. I understand the world shut down. I totally get it. The fact that they even decided to go through with that Mania, all the power in the world to you. However, you had the ability to cut, edit, do anything that you wanted multiple times. And you can't say it didn't happen because we all saw it during the Elias and Corbin match with the fall at the end. They had the power to stop and edit. However, the fact that your 2 cinematic matches are the most memorable things out of that Mania is sad. Corbin versus Elias was trash. It plain was. Everybody was injured, so they had one person from each tag team compete in the ladder match for the tag team titles. And when Jay was Jay that was competed. When he pulls down the title, they didn't have the buckles. They had Velcro, so you can hear the Velcro rip when he falls off the ladder. No. It just, the Braun and Goldberg, God.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
God.
Spoiler, I do have that on my list, as I got a feeling all of us probably have it on their list. But
Braun and Goldberg, Lord. Brock and Drew should have gotten his moment in the sun. It sucks that he didn't, and he still to this day really hasn't. I mean, you could kind of count 39, but we all know how that went. And don't get me wrong, the Firefly Funhouse is one of my favorite things in wrestling, point blank period. I love the Firefly Funhouse. The fact that somehow, some way, Bray Wyatt, God rest his soul, got Vince McMahon to sign off on basically tearing down not only the main figurehead of your company, but also the company in and of itself, and allowed it to air on television. Still, again, Bray, you're great. We miss you every day. The Boneyard match was good. But yeah, it was there. It happened. And again, more power to them for doing it during a time when it probably shouldn't have happened. But yeah, it was a middling card for me. Like, nothing set the world on fire. And I feel like when you have the opportunity to kind of stop, especially because we all talk about how, it's it's live. We got to do this, in one take, one cut, one everything like that. When you have the ability to kind of slow things down and make edits and move people out of the way, and I felt like it could have been something so much bigger than it actually ended up being. But again, it's not horrible. Like I said, the cinematic matches were fine. KO versus Seth, and KO jumping off the WrestleMania sign that they just leaned up against the wall of the Performance Center. I'm pretty sure we got was Edge versus Randy Mania, or was that?
Yeah,
that match went on for entirely too goddamn long.
Yes,
I think
and again,
Randy
that's
took a page
one where
out
you
of
could have
Hunter's book.
edited.
Yes, you could
a
have
lot more editing.
Yeah,
and it was billed as the world's greatest wrestling match, and that upsets me.
Yeah,
well, that was the
voice of
Backlash one,
Howard.
though.
Yeah, that was Backlash because they had the voice of Howard
Backlash.
Finkel.
But still, though, yeah.
Still,
But yeah, to end with a execution, a DDT on a chair on top of a truck.
Yeah.
So for that reason, 36 is mine.
I think the best way to put it, you said it. I think you could call that WrestleMania mid-mania, because I mean that was the best way to sum it up. Is very mid. But all right, Tyler, my friend, what is your 13th worst WrestleMania of all time?
So technically, I had 36 as my 13th, but I do have an alternate I'm going to throw in there, and it is WrestleMania 13. It had one of the greatest matches of all time, being Bret Hart versus Austin, no holds barred submission match. But other than that, I dare you to name anybody on that card and what the matches were on that card. I mean, it was very, very unforgettable other than that match. I mean, I guess I got it right in front of me here. We got
you did not like the 40th best Intercontinental title match at a WrestleMania with the Sultan and Rocky Maivia?
Sultan and The Rock, exactly.
I mean, that is the WrestleMania where Sid famously shit himself.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh,
yeah, Taker and Sid was way too long. I mean, that match for those two big guys, they were gassed most of the match. And I'm trying to think what else we had. Owen and the British Bulldog taking on Mankind and Vader and the double count. And that was, I don't know, I got bored with that match. And Hunter and Goldust, another match. I don't know. I just, the whole card I was disinterested in other than Bret and Austin. And that's why they're my 13th, I guess. That would have been like 13 and a half or something. But yeah, it wasn't a good Mania for me.
I think that's a spoiler. It's on my list too. So
it was my honorable mention.
It was your honorable mention. All right, well, Tyler, we're gonna stay with you, my friend, because now we're talking about our 12th worst WrestleMania. What is your 12th worst WrestleMania of all time?
My 12th it was WrestleMania 34, actually, which might surprise some people, but I'm trying to remember. That is the match where Nicholas was a tag team champion. That's the one thing. I know people liked it. I did not. I'm just throwing that out there. And Brock and Roman in the main event, all I can remember is going into that, everybody complained and nobody wanted that match. I did not want that match. I did not want Roman to win the Rumble and go. I mean, I didn't want any of that stuff going on. It was not good. And honestly, I think for me, one other match on that card, the Undertaker Cena match, which was just kind of an impromptu match, was stupid. And then Shinsuke and AJ Styles, honestly, I think that was two of their worst matches of their career. I think they just, something was not right with those two that night. And that was some of the worst performances I've seen, but I don't know. I'm just not a fan of that WrestleMania.
I agree. I think the only match I really enjoyed from that card was the Intercontinental 3-Way, and that opened the show.
And
that was a banger.
That was the best match on the card, in my opinion.
Yeah, Seth in his White Walker gear.
Yep.
Like, it was a great match, but then the rest of the show was just.
Yeah, it was very, once again, go back to that term mid. You had exciting at the time, the return of Bryan Danielson, but that was great. But I mean, the match itself was, it was a tag match. You could have done on SmackDown or something,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The one match on that show that I didn't like the outcome, but I do think is probably my favorite was Asuka and Charlotte.
That was a really good match.
I think that was what the match itself was good, but the fact that they had Charlotte be the first person to take down Asuka. Just, I mean, I try not to, but it just kind of screams Nepo baby, just a tad. We love you, Charlotte. You're great, but
You're the queen.
Nah.
I did like the Alexa Nia Jax match too. Like I kind of thought that was a fun little matchup.
See,
Like
I wasn't into that one, I guess, but
well, also too, that's when I like that was like. Admittedly, I was like really okay. I'm gonna be 100. Like Nia's gear, I was like, oh yeah, I want her to set on my face. Yeah, I said what I said. Thanks, Mike. See, Mike's got you got my back, bro. Yeah.
Well, I want Nia to do that every night.
Preach, my friend. Anyways,
Oh,
I digress. Pat, my friend, who do you got? What do you got as your 12th worst WrestleMania of all time?
My 12th worst WrestleMania of all time. When I made this list and I was presenting it to my friend who's another big wrestling fan, he told me I was stupid, but my personal opinion. My number 12 worst WrestleMania of all time is WrestleMania 18. It is a one-match show. It is The Rock versus Hogan, and that is fucking it. That's it. That's it. The only other things that I remember for that show is that they didn't go on last like they should have. So the main event of Jericho and Hunter had all of the wind taken out of it. And Scott Hall's great stunner bump. But just again, because we're pulling it up. Rikishi and Scotty 2 Hotty and Albert defeated Mr. Perfect, Lance Storm, and Test.
Oh, that was that on
as the
Heat or
special guest
something?
ref. I think it was.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't even remember that. Wow.
Rob Van Dam defeated William Regal for the Intercontinental title. It was fine. They both can go, but you could have done that on Raw. DDP beat Christian for the European title. I was completely unaware that DDP won a title in WWE.
Yeah.
European champion.
I forgot all about that too.
Yeah,
I like
that was
that
during,
gimmick though.
that was during Christian's like whining gimmick where he would like fall on the floor
throw
and
fits.
be,
Yeah. And probably one of my biggest gripes about this entire fucking show, Edge and Booker T had a singles match over a fucking shampoo commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that happened.
A shampoo commercial. There's literally a side if you watch the show back, on the hard cam side, you can see it while they're wrestling. There's a guy holding a sign that says they're literally fighting over shampoo. Like, it's, what are we doing, guys? I understand. You got to think of something for them to fight. I remember, I don't think it was a pay-per-view match, but I remember at one point Jericho and Kane feuded because Jericho like spilt coffee on Kane one time.
Yeah.
That happened.
Like, yeah, I've heard of dumb reasons to wrestle. Yeah, I've heard of dumb reasons to wrestle. But yeah, Kurt Angle versus Kane. Taker beat Flair in a no DQ match, which
I personally I like that match though, mainly because I loved Arn Anderson coming back and doing the spine buster one more time.
That was a good part.
See, I like that because of the promo that happened beforehand when Undertaker beat the fuck out of David Flair in the gym. That was crazy.
Yeah. Billy and Chuck defeated the APA, the Dudleys, and the Hardys in a 4 corners elimination match. Rock Hogan, Jazz versus Trish versus Lita. That one actually wasn't bad. I'll give them that one. And then the main event, which, yes, technically was Triple H versus Chris Jericho, but when you really go back and look at everything that led up to the match, it was Triple H versus Stephanie's lackey.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was the undisputed champion at the time.
Yep. They could have.
Yeah.
They could have went a way different approach. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you there. I almost had it on my list, but I decided not to, mainly because I really like Flair and Taker on that one. But yeah, it's very justifiable that you have that on the list. And also too, I think the Hall Austin match was fun for what it was, but I think a lot of people were disappointed just because, I mean, it's Stone Cold. You would have thought he would have get somebody bigger than, and no disrespect to Scott Hall, but
he wasn't Scott at that point, and he was going through his issues, and he got fired like right afterwards.
Yeah, and apparently, accordingly, the reason Kevin Nash wasn't booked for the show is because they had him, in gear, but just in case the night of the show Scott couldn't go, they would shoehorn Kevin in. And the fact that that was even a caveat, again, we love Scott and we miss him, and we're glad that toward the end of his life he got himself together. But the fact that that had to be a caveat for the show, again, just kind of puts a damper on things.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree with you, my friend. Oh, wait a minute. You know, I said we had some surprises here, folks. We got another run-in. Let's bring him on in. Richie Mars, how you doing, brother?
How's it going? How we doing, fellas?
Great.
Good.
Pretty good.
Doing well.
All
Great to have
right.
you on.
Thank you.
Another-
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Another surprise we have here tonight on Learning the Ropes. So we have just been going through our list here, Richie, and we've already covered the
13 and
we're on
12.
number 12 right now. So if you could, we'll just have you catch up with us. What's your 13th worst WrestleMania, followed by your 12th?
You know what? I have to stick with the classics. I have to go with number 1, just because gotta set the standard a little bit. You know, it's like the WrestleManias after that, I feel like improved upon the formula, and WrestleMania 1, it wasn't really about really showcasing like the in-ring ability or just like the character stuff. It's more of like the meat and potatoes. There's nothing too fancy. You know, the tag team main event with Mr. T, a very big celebrity tie-ins, and I'm not like a really big fan of when you overdo the celebrity tie-in. Right now we have a celebrity tie-in who's, you know, not only a wrestler, but he's running the whole entire company. So can't really avoid that anymore. But it's like number 1, it was the good start to the formula, but again, watching on the rewind, it doesn't really hold up that well, in my opinion. But going for number 12, I have to go for an infamous one, just because there is not a single one-on-one match within this WrestleMania, and that's WrestleMania 2000. And, you know, people love the triangle ladder match. People like the triple threat 2 out of 3 falls match. And those were really the only high points of that match, because when you had the triangle ladder match, that's pretty much like I said, with the previous entry, that was like the baseline of the starting formula between Edge, Christian, Dudleys, and Hardys. But with that being said, there was a lot of gaga on this show, a lot of gimmicks for the sake of gimmicks, a lot of like just put everything on the show. The main event that year should have just been Triple H and The Rock, and that was further solidified by the next pay-per-view Backlash, where that was indeed people considered the WrestleMania main event. But instead we have Rock, Triple H, Big Show, Mick Foley, who retired 6 weeks earlier. So a really kind of like rush build just for the sake of a rush build.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I mean, outside the ladder match, there's, and not spoiler, I have it on my list too, but it's a little bit further on down. I was gonna say, I got a feeling a lot of us have that on their list. All right, Mike, we'll come around to you, my friend. What's your 12th worst WrestleMania of all time?
It is a mania we have talked about, and it is WrestleMania 13. The only 2 matches that I can even rewatch on this card are the 4-way tag match, because I'm a big fan of Doug Furnas and Phil LaFon. We have talked about that on this show multiple times. And the Bret Hart Stone Cold Steve Austin match. But like, you also have like, we didn't talk about this earlier, but like Owen Hart and British Bulldog versus Vader and Mankind.
Yeah, just kind of like a thrown together team. Like, okay.
Yeah. And then Ahmed Johnson and the Legion
Thrown
of
together
Doom.
team in WWE? Never. It never.
No.
Yeah. Ahmed Johnson and the Legion of Doom versus the Nation of Domination is just whatever.
Yeah.
And then Hunter Hearst Helmsley versus Goldust, which is like another whatever match. And this is like right after China debuted. So it was like her just beating up Marlena, and you don't really pay attention to the actual match going on in the ring.
Yeah.
At least I can't.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
No, it's justifiable. It's justifiable.
Yeah.
So I'm going to talk about that here in a minute. But first, we're talking 12. So for me at 12, I think it's another one that may cause a little bit of controversy. I mean, but like it's outside the main event. The rest of it's very mid, I feel like. For me, at number 12, I've got WrestleMania 26. For me, it just kind of, there's a couple of moments here and there. And trust me, it pains me to say this, folks. I'm a Bret Hart guy. Fuck, was that hard to watch, Bret Hart against Vince McMahon. But you knew it would be. You knew it was going to suck.
Stu Hart wouldn't take off his glasses. It pissed me off.
They had a backstage. Whoever the referee was refused to wear like a jacket to do the big ref reveal. So the jacket that he's wearing is Billy Kidman's jacket.
Bruce, I think it was Bruce.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Bruce. That's right. It wasn't Stu. Sorry.
Bruce.
Yeah, so that was.
That's so Bruce. Like
That
is
makes so much fucking sense.
That is
Bruce
a
Hart.
fucking
And-
Bruce Hart thing.
And also, this is how much of like I guess like a smart aleck as a kid, where it's like when they were doing the tag match, and I was like recording the times, and I was just like to my friend, I'm like, watch this, Undertaker's entrance is gonna blow the time the tag match was out of the water, and that tag match being Show Miz versus Truth and Morrison, and Taker's entrance actually is longer than the entirety of that tag match.
I believe that. Yeah, the tag like didn't really start off with the bang. You did have the triple threat with Randy against Legacy, pretty much, which was okay. Could have been a hell of a lot better, personally. Punk and Rey Mysterio on this show had great build, and the match itself, it was okay, wasn't bad. Sheamus and Triple H, an okay match, wasn't bad. Notice there's a reoccurring theme here. Like it's just like the stuff. It's just like it's you had a great main event and kind of just a mid show the rest of the way, as far as I'm concerned.
A funny thing about that Rey Mysterio match was he was supposed to do like the "Who's That Jumping Out the Sky" entrance, you know, the pop up.
Oh yes, I remember. And the elevator wouldn't work.
It wouldn't
The
work.
chute.
So
Yeah,
that's why
that's
it's like
right.
it's awkwardly just showing Punk, and Ray's just like kind of crawling out from underneath.
And they cut that out in the network, so they cut to Ray, and he's just standing like with his arms up, and like the look on his face is like, I hope nobody saw that. Like, please God, no.
And, like their time got like slashed in half because of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
What up,
Hey,
Bree?
Brie.
Yeah.
Or Trevor?
That show, as Richie so eloquently put after the Saturday night main event that happened in early December, late November, the first one that they just recently did, as Richie so eloquently put it after the show ended, well, that happened.
Yeah, that's the best way. And me personally, like I like the 25 matchup with Taker and Shawn better than 26. Not that it was a bad match, but I thought 25 was, because I felt like, I think the biggest thing is with 26 here, as far as that matchup, is it's a foregone conclusion. Michaels is losing. Like 25, you're like, you know what? He may fucking do this.
And all those kickouts of finishers, ugh.
Yeah. But for me, I had 26 at 12. My number 11, we've mentioned it already. It is WrestleMania 13. Of course, and then here's the interesting thing about 13. The build for Austin and Brett, it was kind of like at this point, it's like, well, I thought we were done with this rivalry. It kind of felt like it. It's amazing that they pulled out like one of the all-time greatest WrestleMania matches of all time with that matchup. But it just goes to show you the greatness of Bret Hart and Steve Austin. But I mean, yeah, outside of that, the rest of it is complete dog shit. I'm sorry. Like the Taker and Sid's, it is what it is. The street fight. Only thing I really remember about the damn street fight is fucking Ahmed Johnson still in Legion of Doom's like padding and never giving it back to them.
That's right.
I mean, I think they kind of even build it as a triple threat with those three matches, and it's kind of like, huh? Because you keep in mind, if you look at the sequence, it goes the Austin Brett match, then you go the street fight, then you go Sid and Taker, and it's just kind of like, oh. And if you look at beforehand, you know, you had the tag title match, which was just kind of thrown together. IC was thrown together. You have that 4-way tag, and then Triple H and Hunt and Goldust. Yeah, it was just 13. If you did not have Austin versus Brett on that show, we wouldn't be talking about 13. Just plain as day, we wouldn't still be talking about 13.
Yeah.
I think
Sure.
we'd still be. I think we'd still be talking about the rumor of Sid pooping his pants during the main event.
Oh yeah, I brought
Yes.
that up already.
Yes. So, I'm so glad we've mentioned Sid shitting his best. R.I.P. R.I.P.
R.I.P. Sid.
R.I.P. Sid.
Just, I can't ever not think of Sid, and I don't know if anybody used to watch Quizzlemania during COVID when Wrestle Talk would do it. And
Yes.
one episode they had Steven Larson on. They had Steve on, and they did basically 20 questions, and you were supposed to guess a wrestler. And his first question is it Sid? And they're like, no. He's like, oh, imagine if it was, though. So that just became like an ongoing joke, like throughout the entirety of all of the Quizzlemanias that they did. But yeah, shout out Sid. I saw him live Royal Rumble '97 in San Antonio.
Oh,
where he
in
fought
San
Shawn.
Antonio, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I actually got to see Sid at the first wrestling show I went to as a kid, which was the In Your House Buried Alive. I got to see him go against Vader. So yeah.
Yeah, I got to see Sid on my TV.
Good for you. We're live, pal. Mike, buddy, what's your 11th worst WrestleMania of all time?
My 11th worst WrestleMania of all time is WrestleMania 6.
Oh, okay. You went there.
Yeah, the main event of Hogan and Ultimate Warrior, could not give a fuck about that match.
Now, wait a minute. You mean to tell me you don't like the sequence where they go back and forth and it looks like Warrior is giving Hogan head? I mean, come on now. That's classic. That's a classic meme.
Yeah, and that's all either of those two are memes. They're just meme factories. I fucking R.I.P. to Ultimate Warrior. I know he changed his life around later in his life, but god damn, his matches.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
The co-main event was Jimmy Snuka versus Rick Rude, which was like 4 minutes of whatever.
Well, I don't think I'd classify that as a co-main. I think it was just in the sequence.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just the
It was
second
a
to
cool.
last match.
It was the cool down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you had a 2-minute match of Big Boss Man versus Akeem the Dream, which a character that would definitely not be working today. A white man thinking he's from Africa
Yeah.
is awkward to watch now.
Oh God, are you going to talk about Piper?
You have Ted DiBiase versus Jake the Snake Roberts.
No, that wasn't bad. I mean,
No, that's an okay match. Jim Duggan versus Dino, which is whatever. Also,
You know my gripe?
Dino.
Dino Bravo.
Oh,
Yeah. Here's my gripe
was like
on
the
Jake
dinosaur.
Yeah, Dino. No, here's my gripe on the DiBiase thing. The fact that at the end of that, fucking Jake the Snake's handing out $100 bills, and he fucking gives a $100 bill to Mary Tyler Moore like she fucking needed it. Come on, man.
It is
Right.
really funny. I watched that the other day. I was like, "Oh, we're gonna give money to the rich person." Okay, that's coming up, Bree.
It's coming,
That
Bree.
is coming
It's
up.
it's up there.
Whoa,
Yeah.
spoilers.
That's up there in mine.
Yeah, that's we're getting on that one.
Yeah, when we get to that one, I'm going on a fucking tangent and a rant. Like,
Get your popcorn ready.
Ooh, two of them.
yeah,
A tangent and a rant.
yes. My favorite match on this card is Dusty and Sapphire versus
Queen
Randy
Sapphire.
Savage Randy Savage and Queen Sherry.
Yeah.
That is probably the best match on the card.
Yeah. But
Is
yeah.
that when Elizabeth returns? Like to
Yes.
Yes.
and just
okay,
dance.
so
Yeah.
I've only really ever watched this show maybe once.
Yeah.
And every time I see that clip of Elizabeth running to the ring and throwing out Sherry and they hug and everything like that, they cut to that kid crying with the weird
Mhm.
wizard hat or whatever the
Yep.
fuck he's wearing. That's all I can remember from that moment.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that they had them reunite and they were also already on the verge of a divorce.
Yeah. The first divorce. That is
Weird. Wrestling's
Yeah.
weird. And the fact that
Yeah.
a year later they would market a pay-per-view around it as their wedding, even though they're going
Yeah.
through divorce. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrestling's fun.
As a sidebar, congrats to Rusev and Lana. We're
Yeah.
happy for you.
Yeah, pretty wild.
The Hart Foundation versus the Bolsheviks, aka Nikolai Volkov and Boris. Earthquake and Hercules. Causal Connection versus Demolition, which is actually a pretty good match. So,
Yeah. And this is Andre's last WrestleMania.
That was
too.
a good match.
yeah.
Good story too.
But yeah, so like XOJ said, the elephant in the room, Roddy Piper versus Bad News, when Piper does half blackface.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Where's the
We
Homer
love you, Hot
Simpson
Rod, we
disappearing
do.
into the bushes? Yeah, love you,
Yeah.
Hot Rod, but that was not
just-
a good idea.
There's just some things you can't forgive, like that, and letting Ronda Rousey use your nickname. Just things I can't forgive for you. Sorry,
Yeah.
just kidding.
No.
And
Yeah,
then you
that-
start the Mania
Um,
with Rick Martel and Coco Beware, which, okay.
How dare you? There will be no
Yeah.
Coco besmirchment on my
No,
watch.
no, that's like, I love those two. I wish they would have given them more.
Yeah.
You could have done so much more
Yeah.
with the Rick Martel, especially
Yep.
at that time.
Mm.
But like,
Every
it-
time-
it
I
was
can't,
less
like-
than 4 minutes.
Before I was the big wrestling fan that I am now, and I was still a kid, my first ever, like, I don't even know, my first ever like memory of Coco Beware or Saint Coco Beware is all. Does anybody remember the Legends of Wrestling video game?
Yes, I
Yes.
love that
Mhm.
video game.
Yes.
I had all
Barely,
three.
yeah.
That game is horrible.
It's
for
terrible.
one.
It's terrible.
They're
Yeah.
all terrible, but I had all three and I couldn't stop playing them.
But I remember Coco Beware being in the game, and like the crowd reaction is delayed, so there's like a moment of just deadpan silence, but Coco's still doing the flap and everything like that. I'm just like,
Yeah.
who the
Yeah.
hell's Coco Beware? So I asked my dad about it, and then I became familiar. And now, of course, I've gone back and seen things. But that's my first like vivid memory of knowing who Coco Beware was in the terrible Legends of Wrestling video game.
Yeah, the draw in that game for
Yeah.
me was like it was like all these legends like that weren't signed to WWE and Eddie Guerrero because it was that short stint where he was like
Yeah.
not in WWE
Yeah.
and they gave him like mariachi music. I'm like, this is not
Racist.
it.
Cringe.
I'm like, this is not
Cringe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
During
I
that
was gonna
time, he
say-
was the first ever
Oh,
Ring
go
of Honor
ahead.
champion.
Yeah.
it.
I'm just gonna say, to save some time, this was also my number 11.
Oh,
And
nice.
Also,
My
at the same
main
time,
reason for this
it's
was
also mine.
Okay, well there we go.
Oh,
I just watched this recently, which I don't know why I did, but I decided to watch a bunch of Manias, and I watched this one. And this match, this has got, like, we went through the card. There's 14 matches, and
Yeah.
in between each match, there's something going on. It is so long, and the matches, 12 of the 14 matches are under 10 minutes, which is crazy. One of them's 19 seconds. The Hart Foundation Bolsheviks match.
Yeah.
And while I did like the $1 Million Man and Jake the Snake, I didn't like the countdown ending. No, I've never been a countdown ending person. So
Yeah, also
But,
too
yeah.
weird how we go right into like, okay, it's the build up was like the breakup between Akeem and the Boss Man, but then we go literally right into like, oh, DiBiase's going to be feuding with the Boss Man now. It's just kind of like,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, exactly.
So here's totally justifiable that's on this on the list here. Like for me, that era from like 4 to 8, they get passes for me, and mainly just because it's like I watched them so many fucking times as a kid. They're like embedded in me. It's like you're watching a bad movie, but you're just like, fuck it, I don't care. I love this shit. So like, I always like the way how they like. It sounds crazy, but I liked watching those where they have like 14 matches on them and just like everybody. I don't know. There's something
I
weird
ain't got
about
that
it.
time.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're gonna
I
be
get
real upset at my number one.
it's all good. It's all good. It's all good, brother. I totally understand it why, but like I say, they get a pass for me. So, but I get it. Wow, interesting. I love how Mike, Tyler, and Pat all have the same.
That was actually impressive.
So I do have a matching one, but it's not theirs. It's yours, XLJ, for my number 11. Mine is number 13 as well.
Okay.
Just because it's like it's been said, without Austin and Brett, I don't think this Mania makes it out of the talking point discussion. We're like in that awkward period between new generation to Attitude Era, so it's kind of like that build from like, remember when the Alliance died in WWF and then it became WrestleMania 2000 and they weren't really sure what they were until they picked Ruthless Aggression. That was kind of like this point in time, especially because the card got so shifted because of Sean not smiling anymore, and you had to shift a bunch of different plans where it was going to be a rematch between Sean and Brett, and then we got Brett and Austin again. Then we had Taker and Sid, and then we had Austin win the Rumble, but not really win the Rumble. But it's like just a whole kerfuffle of just ideas being thrown at the wall and still trying to make something out of nothing. It really reminds me of actually one of my other entries in this list that we're going to get to. So, yeah.
Okay.
So number 13 is my number 11.
I think it's
Also,
interesting.
side note,
Yeah.
it still holds the record to the least bought WrestleMania of all time. 250,000
13.
sales.
No shit. I'll be damned. I did not realize that.
Until streaming became available.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, facts. You kids don't understand what it was like to have to save your allowance and buy a pay-per-view, and oh man, you'll
No,
never
not me.
understand.
We had I don't know if anybody knows about the black box with your cable provider. You had to know somebody. You had to be real cool with your cable guy.
Lucky.
They gave you this black box that you could get premium channels on, and that's how I watched a lot of my pay-per-views.
So one of my birthday gifts one year was like, all right, Richie, besides WrestleMania, you get to choose one more pay-per-view this year. And I chose the one Backlash where Shawn Michaels teamed with God in order to face it. So I made a
forgot that
group
happened.
because like the real draw for me was Shelton versus RVD on that card because I was like, oh, this is gonna be dope.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. All right, and we are now creeping into our top 10. Pat, I'll start with you. What is your 10th worst WrestleMania of all time?
My 10th worst WrestleMania of all time is WrestleMania 32. Yeah. There were so many things that took place on that show that I just had to say, fucking why? AJ losing his WrestleMania debut to Jericho. Fucking why? The New Day losing to the League of Nations. Fucking why? And a main event that nobody fucking wanted. Triple H and Roman going for 27 goddamn minutes. Fucking why? Me and Richie spoke about this on our Authority recap on his podcast. Y'all want to go, if y'all want to see me or hear me and Richie go through trauma for 3.5 hours, please go check out that pod.
It was a real bonding experience too.
It really was. It really was. But like just the entire card in and of itself, just an entire, I couldn't even tell you kerfuffle of just nothingness. There was literally a point, I remember this specifically watching it live at my parents' house. There was like a 5-minute period during the main event that the crowd was losing its mind because Triple H had a piece of confetti stuck to his head. And the crowd was losing it for just that. And then you got the good, finally Stephanie took a bump after deserving it for almost a year prior. She finally took a bump, Roman won, and then the crowd cheered because they got to go home. And that should not be the final statement of the biggest show of the year. It just really shouldn't. So, yeah, it just... Oh, and fucking Mox versus Lesnar. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, I was so hyped for that because Ambrose, like leading up to it was doing segments with Foley and with Terry Funk, and I was like, this is gonna be great, and it just
So I was watching it with a couple of people in my college dorm, and the feed went out like as the Mox and Lesnar match was starting, and it didn't come back on until the match ended. So it was like that was a blessing in disguise.
You got lucky, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That may have been one of the worst matches on that show.
It did
That's
lead
saying something.
to the iconic Ambrose Stone Cold podcast.
That is true.
So, spoiler alert for me, I'm going to talk about it in more depth, but I got it a lot higher on my list because I got some things to say about that fucking WrestleMania, trust me.
Oh, you're not alone.
Oh, Jesus. Well said, though, sir. Richie, what's your 10th worst WrestleMania of all time?
All right, the 10th one for me is WrestleMania 4.
Oh, okay.
Because the whole theme of the show was a tournament, and that can only work so much for an entire pay-per-view to get people invested. Because with wrestling, it's a variety show. You know, there's different things that are going to be featured that if you don't like this story, at least you have this story. Not saying the tournament is a bad thing whatsoever, because we did get the Macho Man out of it. was originally supposed to be $1 Million Man, but Honky Tonk Man said no, I'm not dropping the IC title to Macho. So they're like, all right, we'll give him the WWE Championship. Usually it's the reverse way nowadays, but they decided to put it on Macho. And the thing is, it's just like with tournaments, it's just really hard to get invested, just because it's like sometimes you could look at the bracket and you could see the finals just by eyeballing it a little bit, just by what's going on. Once Hogan and Andre did that double disqualification, I think a lot of people were kind of deflated in that too. And it was just kind of became the Hogan show after Macho won, because it's like, oh, look, my buddy won, and that's not how I want to really end like the biggest show of the year. Of like, yeah, you're getting endorsement by the biggest star there is, but there's another WrestleMania ending with an endorsement that wasn't really needed on my list, and it didn't really do much to separate that. Oh, hey, here, instead of here's the next guy that we're focusing on, here's the guy who's not the champion and his friend who we're gonna place a level below. And I just didn't. It just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth.
Fuck Terry Bollea.
Fuck Terry Bollea.
I mean,
Yes, I agree.
I'd rather not, because
Way to put that. I respect you for doing it.
I'd rather not.
This is much lower on my list, and I'll get into it when we get to it. But my one thing that, just to add on to what Richie had to say, fuck that. Hogan hit Andre with the chair first. Andre won that fucking match. The double countout thing or the double DQ thing is bullshit. Hogan lost.
It doesn't work for me, brother. Yeah, fuck him. Sorry, not in that way, but in the
gotta clarify.
Let's clarify. Once again, for me, I give it a pass just because it's one I grew up on. But I totally get it. Like Richie, you make an excellent point. It's kind of a hard sell to build a WrestleMania around a tournament, especially like you say, when you look at the brackets, you can kind of see like, oh, okay, this is what they're going. Although I do think initially when they paired Hogan and Andre together, because I think initially people would like, oh, that's going to be the final. But but yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it was kind of like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here. I will say one highlight though from this is Demolition winning their first tag team titles as they did defeat Strikeforce. So that was a solid one. But you're right. Also, too, Bret Hart coming out of his shell in this one, I will say. So, but anyways, Tyler, my friend, what about you? What's your 10th worst WrestleMania?
I have to get back to my list here. Give me 2 seconds. I was down. I had, we had WrestleMania 12 is one I did not like very much. Pretty much it had the humiliation of the Ultimate Warrior by the hands of Hunter Hearst Helmsley at the time in a 1 and 36-second match. We did have the Huckster and Nacho Man were on the free-for-all. I remember that because, I mean, that was the big deal at the time. And obviously, I don't know. But then the Hollywood backlot brawl between Piper and Goldust. Other than the car almost killing, which one was it? I forget now. Was it Piper?
Goldust.
Goldust. Yeah, Goldust. Other than that, I don't know. That wasn't really
OJ footage.
That's right. That was entertaining. I'll give them that.
That's the only reason why they did it.
But yeah, I don't know. Just everything in general between Taker and Diesel's match, and I mean even Shawn and Brett's Iron Man match, which is the match that defines that pay-per-view. That really is the only match on that card that, again, other than maybe the Hollywood Backlot brawl, you'll remember that. But I mean, Austin and Sabio Vega, I mean, it was his pay-per-view debut. I mean, his Mania debut, but I don't know. There's a lot of matches on there you are very, very, very forgettable is what I'm getting at, other than the Iron Man match and the Backlot brawl. So
I get it.
I completely had blanked this Mania out of my thought process, and it probably should have been on my list. However, now that you have brought it up, probably, at least from all the shit that I've gotten about it in past years, one of my biggest WrestleMania or wrestling hot takes of all time. Shawn versus Brett is a boring ass, overrated fucking match.
I fell asleep when I first watched it.
Facts.
It is boring as fuck.
So
the fact that you had 60 minutes and led to nothing. It's why people hate soccer. The fact you're going to go 90 minutes and end in a tie, fuck no.
Man, that's true.
that's a wild That's a hilarious thing to say.
So one of the funniest things because I would read Brett's book from time to time, and when he was talking about this match, because in Sean's book it was like Brett goes to him and it's like, oh, why don't you go? Sean said, Brett said, oh, why don't you do the first half hour? I'll do the last half hour. And Sean's like, all right, cool. In Brett's book, he recalls, Sean, why don't you do the first 25 minutes and I'll take the last 35 minutes? I'm like, you just had to add that extra 5 minutes to make it like Brett is so awesome. I'm like, Brett, you're already awesome. You don't need to sell me that you're awesome.
Yeah.
So hilariousness. This is also my number 10.
Oh, go figure. Okay.
Because I've actually said this on TikTok. I find multiple other Iron Man matches way more entertaining than that fucking match.
That is true.
The background brawl is whatever. Yeah. And
how dare you?
them using OJ Simpson footage like right after that shit happened is crazy.
But you also wait a
How
minute.
did they not get sued for that?
Y'all are forgetting something here.
Public domain, baby.
I guess so.
You also get one of the debuts of one of the all-time greatest WWF superstars in the Wild Man, Mark Marrow. Hello, making his debut in a backstage segment
with that guaranteed contract, baby.
Oh yeah.
money. Money. Yeah.
I was such a big fan of Mark Marrow. Like
I love
when I
Mark
was a
Marrow.
kid.
Dude, I was too as a
And
kid. I like the Wild Man.
The raw deal that he got all because his fucking wife was hot. Like, good God.
Yeah. And then she left him for Brock. That's
For
fucked up.
Brock. Yeah.
The best was that like Mark Marrow, like he found out his wife was cheating on him. He's like, oh, I'm gonna find out who did it, and then he found out it was Brock, and he's like, I found out what forgiveness was really quickly.
And now, ironically, he goes to high schools and he talks about finding Christ and forgiveness.
Yeah. He's a public speaker.
Which again, more power to
Motivational
him.
speaker.
Like
Yeah.
motivational speaker, more power to him. He's great. Again, I wasn't really watching any kind of WCW at the time, so that was the first time I ever saw a shooting star, and I was in awe of it. Like,
Oh yeah.
again, Mark Marrow deserves all the credit in the world. Just again, he got such a raw deal
Yeah.
out of. It's like it's the same thing with fucking Candido. Like,
Yeah,
God,
facts.
man.
It's one of those things where it's like they didn't know how to transition him from like the new generation to the Attitude Era, and I feel like he was like one of the guys who got lost in the shuffle because of that.
Very much so.
Like, okay, in real life, you used to be a boxer. We're going with that. Marvelous.
And then
The brawl for Allah, we got it again.
I forgot there was this weird era where Steve Austin was still getting managed by Ted DiBiase, but he was going by Stone Cold and was the $1 million man. It's a weird transition in that
It is.
character too.
Mhm.
So it was like because he was like ringmaster like halfway through this storyline, and then they just changed his name.
Yeah.
Okay.
This era is the definition of like if you're trying to grow out your hair, the too long to be short, too short to be long phase.
Yeah.
That's what this
Yeah.
WrestleMania kind of felt like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
And then the Ultimate Warrior Hunter Hearst match. The only thing I can remember about this era when it comes to the Ultimate Warrior is him showing up in the baseball cap, like on
Yeah.
a random
That's
Raw.
right.
You
No
have
reason at all.
to look. You have to advertise distrucity. That's what you need. You need more distrucity in your life.
Like
Define distrucity, Richie.
I watched the
Life
Ultimate
changing.
I watched the Ultimate Warrior documentary a few days ago, and they like
Which
talked
one?
about that, and they're like, "What the? Yeah, we didn't know what the fuck was going on."
That would be the self-destruction one. Okay.
That's the self-destruction of the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah.
I was so
So great.
disappointed because when I got of age to go to college and Warrior University wasn't around, I was really hoping to learn under the learning tree of the late great Jim Hellwig, aka
Oh
Warrior.
my
But anyways, I digress. Okay, yep. See, for me, 12, and once again, this is bias. I give 12 a pass just because I think of my child. Like, totally get what y'all are saying. Definitely, completely understandable. But for me, it's one of those ones I always I look back on it and I think of where I was as a kid, and that's why I like it. So. Also,
Was this
can't
the
forget
era-
the random 6-man tag to start the show as well with freaking Ahmed Johnson, Jake the Snake, and Yokozuna.
Yeah.
So,
That was like Jake the Snake as like he's doing the like coming to Christ gimmick, but like
of Jesus, brother.
he's like he's a druggie.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, and
Give
Yoko
it-
had a beard.
Yes. And
And that's
Mr.
like-
Fuji was waving the American flag. It was very confusing.
Like
didn't understand.
like I said, it's the too long to be short, too short to be long phase of WWE.
I know all about that phase, which is why I cut off all my hair. Like,
it's a weird era. New generation is a weird era.
wrestling is
Yeah.
great.
I love it so much.
Also, was this the weird time that Ultimate Warrior was putting out his own comics?
Yes.
Are you
Yeah.
going to talk about
the
the
Santa comic?
The Santa
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If for anybody watching, if you don't know, just Google Ultimate Warrior comic book Santa Claus and
Yeah.
be traumatized.
or don't and love yourself instead. Like those are your two options.
Yeah,
So
you
boy,
can definitely respect
But,
yourself.
or hear me out, Richie.
Mhm.
Chaos.
We do like chaos. I do like chaos.
I would rather respect myself. And this is coming
There
from
you
a guy
go.
who makes wheelchair jokes.
Well, so for me, my 10 and then my 9 is actually two that have not been talked about yet. So at number 10, I have one that I think it kind of gets mixed reactions. I think it's another one of those that falls on the like on paper looked great, but like ended up being mid. And I'm talking about the first WrestleMania from MetLife Stadium. I'm talking about WrestleMania 29 is what I have at number 10. Taker and Punk, great. Build, great. But I think everybody that year was like, this should have been Punk's Mania. Instead, we get
Mhm.
Cena Rock 2 in an okay match. It wasn't bad. I mean, and hell, let's call spade a spade. Rock getting injured during that match did hinder that match, but God bless him for finishing out after 30 fucking minutes later somehow. And I mean, you get Ryback against Mark Henry. Yikes. Thank God Mark
Mhm.
Henry won, because fuck Ryback. You get Triple H against Brock Lesnar and that whole build and stuff, and it's just kind of like, it's
That was-
another one of those, I don't give a shit.
It was boring.
Only thing I really truly remember about that is like Triple H getting like the ice burn shit on him that looked gnarly afterwards.
First
It
match
wasn't-
of shaved head Triple H too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. And wasn't the gimmick on this one if
No
Triple
holds
H
barred.
lost, he would retire or something? Something like
Yep.
that. See, we don't even
Yeah.
fucking remember. It's that forgettable. You do get the
But hold
Shield
on.
debuting on this show, but against
Mhm.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, just because you spoke on the making a debut, a grandiose thing about wrestling, or about a pay-per-view, we got the in-ring debut of Fandango.
And
Yeah.
and Big E.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, because
Yeah.
Big
Oh,
E teaming up with Dolph to go
Dolph.
against Team Hell No.
Mr. Money in the Bank himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We also got the most. That was a world title match at WrestleMania of all time with Alberto Del Rio and
And
Swagger.
Swagger. Oh,
Yeah, fuck
jeez.
that. There's no way you're gonna get me to cheer between a douchebag and a racist. Fuck both of them.
Yeah, like fucking
Who's
the two of
who?
the biggest pieces of shit. Like, how do you? Okay, like who are you rooting for in that one? Like, what fucking
Yeah.
You turn the
Dutch
TV off.
Mantel or like fuck him too? But anyways, yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, to me, 29 was just kind of like a. I mean, I put it in the back there. I don't really think about it. I don't really ever go back and watch this
Mhm.
one. Like I said, you do get the Shield debut, but talk about like a random generator. Okay, Randy Orton, Sheamus, and the Big Show. The
Yeah.
fuck?
And then
Okay.
and then the next night on Raw, Randy and Sheamus had a segment, and first of all, Randy forgot his line and asked Sheamus right in the middle of the ring what what his line is, and then they decided to have a match, Randy versus Sheamus, and then the crowd chanted, "We want Big Show," so you know it was pretty
That's pretty bad.
pretty bad. And then that's the same one where the Ryback turned heel.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Also, this show was originally supposed to have Tons of Funk and the Funkadactyls versus Team Rhodes Scholars and the Bellas, and it got
And they got
bumped.
cut.
Yeah.
One of those guys is a former 3-time WrestleMania main eventer, I'll have you know. I'm not going to name names. It might be a little bit too easy to tell.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I loved Team Rhodes Scholars. I thought they were great. It was a great combo team back and forth. I thought they played off of each other very well. But against Tons of Funk, like you want to, I feel like that is the exact moment where Matt Bloom was just like, okay, I'm done. Okay.
I am a trainer now. And then Brodus Clay is like, wow, I wonder what Fox News is doing.
Yeah, and the fact that it got bumped was like, well, because we got to do about 45 minutes of hype package videos for Rock and Cena. It's like you people like we don't already fucking know like about that match. Like Jesus Christ.
There is a conspiracy that they booked it and then they shelved it purposely because that was the subject of the first Total Divas episode. So there is a conspiracy that match was booked, but it was taken off to create drama for that show.
Makes
Probably.
sense.
I mean, at this point, what could we put past the company?
So that's my number 10. At number 9, I'm talking now in the era of where these WrestleManias are just too goddamn long. I'm an old man. I need to get in bed. Like, I don't like this shit of staying up until 1 in the fucking morning. I'm talking about...
Move to the West Coast.
Yeah. I like the West Coast, but I'm a Midwestern boy. Number 9 for me is WrestleMania 33. Like, just this one's got okay, yeah, you get the Hardys back, cool, whatever, you know, but just oh my god, it just goes on and on forever, and it's like fuck, and I forget the amount of matches on it. Like counting the pre-show, the fucking pre-show, I think had 4 matches on it. Like, and you get into the main card, which is like probably I think there was 12 or something. Only match I really kind of was like okay with was like Seth and Triple H was okay, I guess. It wasn't like bad, but you got the Randy against Bray and the shit they were doing in there with the fucking worms on in the ring on the projector or whatever. It was just kind of like
It's spooky.
You got. This is the only time where I actually would say I did enjoy a Lesnar and Goldberg match was the fact that it was fucking short and we got on to the next fucking thing because it's just like And then I feel like the women's matches were just like let's just put a bunch of like I hate multi-person matches, and I mean I just feel like they're throwaways. Just get them on the pay-per-view because you have a 6-pack challenge for the SmackDown Women's title, you got a 4-way for the Raw Women's Championship. The main event was Taker and Roman, which, god damn, we know that was a rough one to watch. And then fucking, I will say AJ and didn't this show, because wasn't AJ and Shane, I think, kicked it off? That was great.
That was great.
I felt like
they had the rope, like the ring, the giant ring, like on the top of the set, and everybody was convinced that Shane was going to jump off of that for some stupid reason.
Because he does stupid shit. I mean,
but the reason I have this ranked the lowest, or so low for me, is the fact of how they royally fucked up Chris Jericho and Kevin Owens. Like, they had gold there, and they put that match on fucking second.
That match caused AEW.
Yeah, if you think about it,
yeah.
Because think of that, the trajectory where Jericho would have never left and gone work in New Japan.
So I have him to blame for that Cope versus Mox match.
Good God!
Jesus
don't
Christ.
even get me started, Richie.
Yeah,
Don't
we
even-
not?
We talked about that on
Rich, why do
PW.
you gotta do that?
Oh God!
Yeah. So funny story.
Yeah.
This Mania in particular. This was the first Mania that aired, premiered, or whatever, when I had first started dating my now wife. And she knew I was a huge wrestling fan. And so she had called and asked if I wanted to hang out that day. And I was like, nope, sorry, WrestleMania's on. Can't do it. You want to watch me? And she was like, okay, I'll come and watch with you. And as XLJ so eloquently pointed out, it was so long. And to her credit, she sat there and watched the entire thing.
Even pre-show?
Pre-show and everything. She sat and watched the whole
Respect
thing.
to her.
Didn't complain. Didn't nothing. Sat and watched the
She
whole thing.
did. She did a whole day's worth of work, brother. Because I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure with the pre-show, this was 8 fucking hours.
Yeah, and
Close to
so
Respect.
show ended. Taker puts down the hat. Everything. Fireworks go off. All
Posed
that
right
bullshit.
there.
And we get up off the couch. I walk her to her car. She gives me a hug. And she gives me a hug and a kiss and tells me, never again. Don't ask me to watch. Don't ask me to go to a show. No, nothing. So I can blame this pay-per-view for her hating wrestling.
That's
But I respect her decision because it's justified. I hate to say it, but yes, maybe we can get her with the now that they're 2 nights. Maybe ease her in on 1 night or something. Who knows, right?
Nah, just show her Lucha Underground.
There you go.
Yeah.
I have
She pops in on occasion now because she thinks Roman's pretty.
Don't we all though?
I mean, he's the trouble.
That's why I watch.
I acknowledge he's a beautiful man.
The
I just like
conditioner,
his
everything.
But he's
I'm all
not as
about shoes.
I will say this, he's not as beautiful as you, Pat. Anyways. Mike, what is your 9th worst WrestleMania of all time, my friend?
WrestleMania 8.
Okay.
My
home from the Hoosier Dome, but
yeah, sorry.
it's all good. It's all good, brother.
Hulk versus Sid is the main event. That's a whatever match.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Savage versus Ric Flair is like the best match on this card, in my opinion.
I gotta disagree with you on that one. It's Brett and
Oh.
Piper for me, but sorry.
Again, I'm not the biggest Brett fan, so
I know. I gotta represent
that's
my hero.
That's like wrestling sacrilege. You can't speak
Yeah.
ill of Bret Hart.
I would roll over Bret Hart with my wheelchair if I had the chance to.
No, you
Oh my
bite your
God.
tongue, young man.
I
We
would
will
do it
not-
with Sean also, so it's not like
Oh.
I'm not picking a side here.
Okay, you get a pass.
Speaking of that, Sean, he opens the show with Tito Santana.
Oh, you mean Reba McIntyre's cousin, according to Bobby the Brain Heenan?
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Taker versus Jake Roberts. Big Boss Man, Sergeant Slaughter, Virgil, and Jim Duggan versus the Mounting, the Nasty Boys, and Repo Man. And the most random 8-man tag. And then, yeah. Oh, and Owen Hart versus Skinner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. You know, fun
God.
fact: this show was also supposed to have British Bulldog against the Berserker, but that match got cut due to time.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Oh darn!
I
Yeah,
know, right? That would
Berserker,
have put this
whoop-de-doo.
card in the upper echelon of WrestleManias. I'm just saying.
Really? Jim Nord? Really? Jim Nord of all people? The Berserker? Yeah, I said
I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been like Mantar or something.
Or
Bastion Booger.
Or
Bastion Booger.
Yeah.
Or Friar. What was
Friar-
he?
Friar Ferguson.
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 Yeah.
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 Friar
Yeah.
Tuck. Shit.
But yeah, this is a whatever. This is one of those I'm not gonna sit and watch, but it's very like I'll have it on in the background. It's got some good like okay moments, but like it's nothing to write home about.
I get it. Yeah. I get it. It's not for everybody. So. Tyler, what about you, my friend? What's your number 9 worst WrestleMania of all time?
My number 9 was your number 10. It's WrestleMania 29. And I guess I'll just throw another quick point in on this is the Mania. This was the rematch Mania that everybody compared when Cody and Roman had their rematch. So we had the rematch Mania. Like, do we want to see this 2 years in a row? And obviously back then, Big Match John winning his rematch was pretty much in the cards. I mean, it was so predictable. And I mean, it definitely didn't work then, and I think the way they did it, obviously, with Cody was way better because all the stories and all that. But this was also a time when this is probably when I was at my most casual as a wrestling fan, and because I just had so many other things going on in my life. I would watch the Manias. I check in every now and then on Raw, but I wasn't watching Raw every single week or SmackDown every single week. I just would check in when I could. And yeah, I don't know. It was just never it's one of my least favorite, honestly, WrestleManias. I never really understood a lot of the appeal of the whole card, in my opinion. But yeah, so we already touched on it pretty good. So
All right. Richie, what about you, my friend?
So I just did some last minute swapping because I just remembered another match from this. It was originally going to be a different Mania, but then I remembered a match that took place at that Mania, so it jumped up a lot. But my number 9 is WrestleMania 33. Just because it was like one of those, again, one of the longer WrestleManias. Taker and Roman was one. They had Kevin Owens and Chris Jericho, which is one of the best feuds that they had going at that time, and they just kind of like pushed it to the wayside. And this was like one of those things where I'm just like, now we're getting to the point where like I felt like WWE was going one way and now we're going the other way. And this is like the start of that 2017, 2018, 2019, 2000, 2001, 2002 kind of era where it's just like we're just throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. And it rubbed me the wrong way that the IC title match was bumped to the pre-show. Like Ambrose and Corbin was nothing to write home about, like feud-wise, but it's like it still got a decent amount of time on SmackDown. And I was surprised when I heard Corbin's music hit during the pre-show. I'm just like, really? This like right now? Let's see. Hardy's was fun, just because it was just like, are they coming? Are they not coming? Just a lot of like the main title matches, like the feuds were okay, but the matches, I thought Brock and Goldberg was fine. But Bray and Randy, that was like, all right. It would have been better, in my opinion, if it was kind of like the reverse, if like Bray won the Rumble, Randy was the champ.
Yeah.
But again, that's just fantasy booking 101. And it was just like a lot of like this is mainly like we had the Cena Nikki mixed tag, which ended with the proposal.
Jesus,
Sorry.
I already forgot about that. Yeah.
So it's like that happened. And
Yeah, with everything that happened afterwards, that moment's fucking hilarious.
I wonder when the wedding is. But again, it's one of those things where like I look at this WrestleMania, and like a lot of WrestleManias that I put on my list, it's like a lot of them were like disappointing because there was a ton of potential. And with this one, it was just too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I also think, too, I want to say this. I think this is an era where you had about 3 or 4 WrestleMania weekends where the night before you have NXT and NXT blows it out of the fucking water. Like, and it's just like, who gives a shit about Mania? I want to watch fucking TakeOver or whatever, you know? So,
yeah.
All right, Pat, what is your 9th worst WrestleMania of all time?
My 9th worst WrestleMania of all time is WrestleMania 15. Again, just kind of goes into it's a one-match show. Rock versus Austin won, and it's out of the trilogy, it's the least good of the 3. Other than that, you have the finals of the Brawl for All, when Bart Gunn literally got his head knocked off by Butterbean. Shout out Butterbean, I guess. And we witnessed murder.
Oh,
because
Yeah,
because Undertaker killed the Big Boss Man.
We almost had a legit like killing too, because like if you remember, the Brood fed the rope down, and they had like lapels, and like Gangrel and Christian, they were going up like, you know, normal speed, and Edge's just stopped. Like Edge goes over this, and it's like it just stopped, and then all of a sudden it just like sped up, and he's like, I am about to die if I don't do something. So he bounced off the scoreboard with his feet in order to gain his traction. So could have possibly turned very catastrophic.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, it like I said, it's a one match card. Like I I understand that it was a different time back then, but I feel like the entire Brawl for All was a very, very poor thought out idea. Like, you're basically telling your audience what we normally do isn't real, but this is going to be real. And it really kind of blew a hole in wrestling for a good moment. And then again, like, I know it was originally supposed to put over Dr. Death Steve Williams, but then Bart beat Steve, and so as punishment, they fed him to Butterbean, and that's just kind of dumb. I also heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, that if Steve wasn't going to win it, they had personally, and again, just looking at the contestants, it would have been my first pick. They had projected Steve Blackman to win it, but he got injured in the first round, so he had to drop.
He asked if it was legal for him to take out somebody's legs by just doing leg kicks, and then they're like, "All right, no kicks."
Damn it!
The winner, if it was going to be Steve or Dr. Death, they were supposed to get a main event title match with Austin.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Yeah, we're not going to do that with Bart Gunn of all people."
Bart Gunn and Steve Austin would have drawn, brother. Let me tell you, that's what people were salivating in '99.
He ended up drawing a lot of money years later in Japan. I think they would have had pretty good matches.
Yeah.
He had some great work in All Japan in like 2000, 2002.
But I think at that point, he was just WWE, and the casual audience just knew him as not Billy Gunn.
Yeah.
So it was a very, very kind of uphill battle for him. You know, once he got to Japan, it was kind of more of a blank slate type situation, and he was able to really show out and show his work. But yeah, just every time I go back and look at this show, just that shot of the Boss Man just
is wild.
It's so wild.
Feet are dangling.
And then
you can
next
see
year,
plain as day, like in the back, he's got a harness, which thank God he does, of course. But it's just like, what are we doing here?
And then the next year is 2000, where he's in a multi-man match and he wins. So props to you on winning after being dead for a year, I guess. Like, what the hell was
that? You think about it, Pat. That sent the Boss Man on a trajectory of where he did some of the most heelish shit anybody has done in professional wrestling. I mean, he fed a dog to his owner. He fucking interrupted a guy's funeral and dragged his dead dad around in a coffin. I mean, the Boss Man was fucking next level heel. I'm sorry. He was doing some shit. Bro.
Yeah, he made us watch the Kennel from Hell match too. So there's no forgiveness for him. You know what I mean? But
currently watching JCW.
Oh,
I forgot the gatherings right now.
Is the gathering this weekend? Oh wow.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
All right.
We'll
shout out to
watching that later.
ICP for WWE Hall of Fame. Make it happen.
I've been saying this for years, just off of the Oddities theme song.
Here's the thing. They're not going in before Limp Bizkit, because according to WWE and WrestleMania 19, and I'm quoting them here, it's WWE's favorite band in the whole wide world.
Look, I'd say right now,
it's in August.
It's in August.
Okay. Just saying right now, you can clip this whatever you want. I don't care. If ICP makes it within the next 3 years, I will do a pod, anybody's pod who's still doing it in 3 years, and I will be in full face paint. I don't care.
And he will be shirtless too. One up that. Yeah, you gotta do shirtless and makeup. Anyway,
I don't know if you're gonna want to see me shirtless in 3 years, man. My metabolism might run out. Might not be as pretty.
You are young, my friend. You're gonna be beautiful and fit and sexy AF forever. Anyways, I digress. All right. Now let's talk about your 8th worst WrestleMania, and I'll start with you, Pat.
Let me look at my list.
Or I think that's where we're at, right? Yeah, 8.
Yes, we are on 8.
Yeah, we're on 8.
Yes.
My 8th worst is one that we have talked about ad nauseum. It is WrestleMania 13. I mean, I don't really think we can hark on too much more that I haven't brought up. Literally my notes is Austin versus Brett, cool, the end. Sid versus Taker, poop. That's all I wrote. That's all of my notes for that
literally. Yeah. That's hilarious.
So, like I said, I'm not going to hark on it too much, but WrestleMania 13. It's my number 8.
Okay. Richie, what's your 8th worst WrestleMania of all time?
So a lot of people might think that I put this too low or like not high enough, but my 8th worst WrestleMania is WrestleMania 36, which is the COVID Mania.
I had that at 13.
Yeah, Rich,
Yeah.
or Pat had not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's not going to be anyone's first choice to rewatch because it doesn't feel like that Mania, but it does have a lot of like good stuff going for it. Like you had the Boneyard match, you had the Firefly Funhouse match, Seth Rollins versus Kevin Owens was really enjoyable. The Rhea Ripley Charlotte Flair first match between those two. Even like the Daniel Bryan like Sami Zayn match was pretty
What up,
fun.
BC?
And then the what up BC? And even like though Jimmy just tore his ACL completely during it, that triple threat ladder match for the tag team titles between singles wrestlers was really funny. But it incidentally caused the rise of main event Jey Uso, if you really think about it. So it's one of those things where it really did impact the future, and also crowned Drew McIntyre against Brock Lesnar. And I feel like that match was pretty cool until like the secret main event was Drew McIntyre versus Big Show, which was shown the next night on Raw.
Oh god, I knew somebody was going to bring that shit up.
Yeah, but overall, it's like it's not going to be something that I will rewatch, but I will rewatch like the Boneyard match, Firefly Funhouse. I'll rewatch, and they actually did have some decent matches on that card, even though there was no audience. So that's my number 8.
All right.
I did not notice that until now, BC. But
yeah, I
that
didn't
is
notice
hilarious.
the devil horn thing, but
That is
I was
actually
too busy staring into Pat's eyes. Anyways,
Pat's a big Stephanie McCurr fan. People to get
I very much am. Yes, I am. I'm a very big fan of Stephanie McCurr and all of her wrestling acumen.
Yes, yes.
Congrats to her, by the way.
Yes, congrats. That was a banger match.
Yeah,
that was a banger match. Stephanie's great. It's not. It's a buck
It's a
skull.
deer.
Yeah, it's a buck skull. My other, like I'm wearing as MJ hates because he wants it. My
I want that
Eddie
hat
Guerrero
so goddamn much.
LWO hat.
that's
I legit told him I would sell him everything for that goddamn.
And then this one is
both those hats.
That's fire. Oh, that's fire.
Yeah,
wow.
And then
Where the hell did you get those at?
So I got these from a company called 258la.com. They have these two. They have an Undertaker, Mankind, Hell in a Cell one. And then they just recently did a Stone Cold. It's a black hat with the old Stone Cold logo. And then the brim is like real tree camo, which is pretty nice. And they also do shirts and things like that. Forewarning, and I mentioned this because they actually just recently put out a Rock Cena shirt. The quality of the products are great, and I love both of these hats. I wear them all of the time. However, each of these hats, I ordered them at separate times, took over a month to get to me. And that's bullshit. So, So if you want them, I believe like with shipping and everything, they're like $65.
Oh, wow.
But again, quality, it's not, there's no screen printing. It's all stitched in. Even like this one has Eddie pulling off Ray's mask on the inside of the brim. This is all stitched in. This one has Eddie with the lowrider. And it says,
loves wearing this hat when he does a show with me. I think there's a reason for it too.
I'm an addict and I'll do anything and run over anybody. It's going to take to get to that. To get that belt around my waist and get my high. So that's obviously from his promo against Brock. But yeah, these hats are great. And yeah, so unfortunately it's not horns behind me. Those don't come out unless I'm in the bedroom. Moving on.
All right. Tyler, my friend, what is your 8th worst WrestleMania of all time?
8th is one we touched on before. It is WrestleMania 32. That is where we talked about the Shane McMahon Undertaker Hell in a Cell match. Obviously the Brock Lesnar Dean Ambrose street fight, which was and of course The Rock had to have a match for 6 seconds against Eric Rowan, just giving him the rock bottom. And then,
I forgot that.
Yeah. we had
Holy
to
shit.
squeeze the Rock on Mania somehow. It just had to happen.
Gross.
And then
That was
honestly,
flamethrower Rock, wasn't it?
Yeah.
which was so
Yeah.
fucking. That was like a
Yeah.
midlife crisis, like lame. Like,
Exactly.
The sign
Yeah.
didn't even light up all the way.
yeah. But
Midlife crisis.
The
That was
thing
10
I
years
remember-
ago. Jeez.
yeah, no.
Hey.
Time's flying.
he's
The thing I
up
remember
there.
most about the main event is the main event seemed like it took forever. I don't know. I thought it was boring. And then after it was over, when Roman won, people were booing. And it was lots of booing. And I mean, Roman was supposed to be the guy over Triple H. I mean, Triple H is the heel, but the crowd was booing, and it was not a good main event, and nobody wanted that match, honestly, and it was bad.
Yeah. I've got my thoughts on it. I know it's higher up on my list. Mike, what about you, buddy? What's your 8th worst Mania?
1 minute.
Just trying to get the wheels turning.
But
No, I just accidentally clicked something. It is WrestleMania 27.
Yes, I got a feeling that's going to be on a lot of our lists too. It's definitely higher on mine. But tell us your thoughts on WrestleMania 27. Fuck.
Miz versus Cena is a okay match for a main event.
Liar.
I was trying to be nice to give Miz his
Way too nice. Way too nice.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to give Miz his moment.
You take that back.
It is actually a trash match.
Too nice.
You have John Morrison and Snooki and Trish in a 6-man tag against Dolph and Lay Cool, where like Snooki and Trish got into it before the match because Snooki wanted to be like the star.
I mean, she was. She technically was.
Yeah, it was like
And then didn't Morrison gave her the cold shoulder because he wanted Melina instead of Snooki?
Yeah.
Yep.
Which
Yeah,
was
that
funny
whole-
because Melina at that time was not booked as like a top because like
No.
the women's division back then, it's like you'll have your run, maybe you'll have another run, but then you're gonna be background fodder.
yeah. And then you have the worst match, in my opinion, in WrestleMania. One of the worst
Oh
matches. in
god, here we
WrestleMania.
go.
Michael Cole versus Jerry the King Lawler. I hate my life.
Yeah.
So-
Almost 14 minutes. Almost
So,
14.
spoiler, this is my number 7, right?
Yes.
Number 7, yeah. And again, literally just looking at my notes, I have Lawler versus Cole. Fuck that.
Yeah.
That's one of my notes for this. Yeah.
Let's give Lawler a match at Mania, and let's just give him the worst fucking thing possible, and that's exactly what they did. Good for you, WWE.
Yeah, Hill Michael Cole was trash. That whole storyline was weird. Also Big Show, Kane, and Kofi and Santino versus the Core.
Why is the Core on fucking WrestleMania?
Why do they
Yeah.
have the Intercontinental and Tag Team titles on them? Is a better question.
Because they
And
had
the
enough.
worst shirt ever
And I forget
made.
the rest of the name of the song. Yeah. Yes.
They,
God
they
damn.
had 5 versions of the same theme song within like
Yeah.
4 months of each other, which
Yeah.
is amazing.
Shout out to Ezekiel Jackson, though. He's about to get back in the ring.
This here, what you call domination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd say I don't even remember Ezekiel Jackson. I remember Big Rick
Yeah,
from
big
Lucha Underground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cody versus Ray.
Now, that was a good one. I
That
thought.
was
That
good.
wasn't
I
bad.
thought that was
Yeah,
good.
it was
That
good.
was probably one of the better
It's a
matches.
good match. I forgot it happened. I rewatched the other day. I was like, oh, for like the second match on the card, pretty good. The World Heavyweight Championship opens the show.
Yeah, they started doing that for the next couple
Yeah.
of WrestleManias.
Yeah, and it's
Yep.
Edge versus Alberto.
And it would be Edge's last match at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For 9 years.
Yeah.
And then
Crazy.
you have the no holds barred match with Undertaker and Triple H.
Best
Which
match of
is-
the show.
Yeah,
That-
best match of the show.
I
you don't think
kinda-
it's the best match on the show?
I'm more of a Randy Punk guy.
I do.
Oh yeah,
yes.
that's on there too. That is a good one. Okay, yeah.
So it's like you got a couple good matches, but like the lows are so bad.
Yes, absolutely.
When you have
That
The
I
Rock
just-
open saying, "When I say yabba, you say dabba."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which also I find hilarious because like John Cena legitimately got a Fruity Pebbles endorsement out of that fucking deal.
Yeah.
Which thanks Rock for that. But
Yeah, that's how it is.
like
Yep, I will say I have it higher up on my list, and I'll talk about it in a few here. But for me, oh, go ahead. You got
No, but yeah, that's my number 8.
understandable. For me, my number 8 is okay. I want to say this. These are guilty pleasure main events. The two, if you want to call it the double main events on this show, I actually love. I think they're great matches for what they are, which is going to surprise you, especially with the last one. But the rest of this card is fucking dog shit. Okay, and I got a feeling it's going to be on a lot of people's lists, but I put it up a little bit lower on my list because I do like the main events. I'm talking about WrestleMania 11. Like, I thoroughly enjoy Shawn and Diesel. I mean, Shawn bumps like fucking crazy in that one, but I do like the matchup and I like the build of it. And guilty pleasure, I actually like Lawrence Taylor against Bam Bam. I mean, it's all because I'm a huge Bam Bam guy, and Bam Bam carries his ass through that one. But
he's
guilty
so
pleasure.
gassed by the end of that match.
Yeah, LT is like fucking, I'm dying. But you look at the rest of the show, it's fucking like just a shitty ass version of like Monday Night Raw at the time. I mean, you kick it off with the Allied Powers against the Bruise Brothers. You got fucking Jeff Jarrett and Razor Ramon, which was okay, but just kind of a bullshit finish there. King Kong Bundy and The Undertaker. Fuck. Poor Undertaker. This is the era when they're giving Undertaker shit.
Just giant men.
Just put you against big giant men and yeah.
And not even like the big meaty men slapping meat men. Just giant people.
Big E
Yep.
would not like these matches.
No
you
Goldberg
also
in there.
had Bob Backlund and Bret Hart in a submission match, which on paper, it's like, oh, okay. But no, it was fucking terrible. Horrendous.
It wasn't a submission match. It was an I quit.
Oh, that's right. An I
He
quit.
didn't even say I quit.
Yeah.
And Bret Hart has gone on record to say that it is his worst pay-per-view match of his career.
And it's facts. It is. It's terrible. Like, if you want to see a good Bret Hart Bob Backlund match, watch Survivor Series 94. This, though, no, this is fucking dog shit. And then the Smoking Guns against Owen Hart and his mystery partner, Yokozuna. Okay, kind of, cool, whatever. What the fuck? Yoko with Owen? Like, all right.
I wanted to see Yoko come out in like black and pink giant tights. It would have been great.
That was the start of Camp Cornette.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, great.
yeah.
Jim Cornette. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
Not enough to save the show.
No. And the thing is, this is anytime I think, because there's several WrestleManias where they did this, where they rely heavily on the fucking celebrities involved in the show. And this was one of those ones where they're just like advertising the shit, because you had the whole Pam Anderson thing, and you had Jenny McCarthy.
Yeah.
Then you had John Turturro was there, who was NYPD Blue was really popular at this time.
Didn't they have the kid from Home Improvement on there?
Not only the
Yeah.
kid
Taylor
from Home
Thomas.
Improvement, Jonathan
Jonathan
Taylor
Taylor
Thomas, who, by the way, JTT, as you can see this man commenting down here, he's called you out. The Best Scout Machine has called you out for Bloodsport in Las Vegas. I want you to know, JTT, I love the Best Scout Machine. He is a father-like figure, but I will never go against your sweet, beautiful facade. I have your back, Jonathan Taylor Thomas. I will be in your corner if you accept the challenge for the Best Scout Machine at Bloodsport. I will be in his corner, okay? I love you, Best Scout. I love you, Pop. But I can't go against JTT on this. I'm sorry.
We just
sorry.
went like a really hard left turn. I was
Hold on.
not expecting that.
Real quick, we're gonna pump the brakes here, just because I just want to clarify. Why did he call out Jonathan Taylor Thomas?
So it all started at the Golden Headlocks, which, by the way, you can catch a replay of that here on Cole 6 or
Facts.
Cole TV.
This was an interesting night
So it started
I was
because
supposed to be on
Best
that night, but I had
Scout
to
was
work.
referring to, I think, Will Ospreay as a shitty-looking version of Jonathan Taylor Thomas, who Jonathan Taylor
Yeah.
Thomas is a beautiful man. He was a beautiful young man, and he still has a beautiful soul to this day. Okay, one of the greatest sitcom stars of all time. And you, Best Scout, I love you. I love you, Best Scout, but how dare you even say one bad word about the great Jonathan Taylor Thomas, okay? One of the
That
all-time.
TV show was just okay.
Is it because he just didn't want to wait to be king? Is that it?
That's hilarious.
I think.
Oh, jeez.
Think that could be it.
I forgot the line.
And I will always be home for the holidays if you're there, JTT. Let me just say that. And that's a random fucking 90s reference that only a few people are going to get.
I got it.
Oh, look at that. Look at the. Is this JTT now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or a few
Looks-
years ago, yeah.
He looks like he's morphing into Rob Schneider.
He looks
Yeah.
like that version of JTT. It looks like he's retired and he enjoys a wonderful weekend with his
Hold on.
family at an IKEA. They do shopping at IKEA on a Saturday, and then they go out to the Olive Garden that night. And God bless him for enjoying.
This
his
is one of the
weekend with-
weirdest tangents we've ever been on.
Pat,
Yes.
you remember South Park, right? Or you
Yes.
watched it? Rob Schneider is Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
That is right.
PG-13.
Rob Schneider is a carrot.
Oh God. But we could go on and on talking about JTT, but that's not what we're
Let's
talking about here.
not.
That's a separate podcast.
That could be an episode of Coldcast. We talk about JTT. I'm down
We
with
could
that.
just need to have a separate podcast of just celebrities in wrestling.
Oh,
Ooh.
There you go.
that's a good topic. That's a good topic.
XLJ.
I know. I think Pat's onto something. We'll clip that one day when we do that episode because that's going to happen now. So 11's my number 8. Now at number 7, it has been mentioned. Technically it's WrestleMania 16, but as it was alluded to at the time, it was WrestleMania 2000 because everything was about 2,000 at the time. I don't know. It was a thing. Don't ask me.
It's the turn of millennium.
As was said, not a single match on this show, all multi-person matches, tag matches, like just thrown together tag matches like fucking Godfather and D'Lo Brown against Bull Buchanan and the Big Boss Man. The opening.
Best part about that match is Ice-T
Ice-T.
wrapping them
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Although I do have to make one slight correction.
There was
It's
a
a
single.
cat
There was
fight.
one singles
Yeah.
match. It was the stink face match.
Oh God.
Oh, yeah.
And it has Val Venus as the special referee.
Oh, yeah.
I think for me, the only like redeeming quality about that entire pay per view is the Eurocontinental match.
That's a decent match, and the tag title ladder match.
Oh yeah,
is
the
best
triangle ladder
match on the
match,
show. But outside that, everything's forgettable. What China and Too Cool teaming up to take on the Radicals?
Mhm.
Fucking Rikishi and Kane against X-Pac and Road Dogg. Okay. I don't know. It's the WrestleMania, and here's something too. I want to say too, and you know, everybody talks about the Attitude Era. The Attitude Era. It's the greatest. Blah blah blah. And you're gonna see this as it goes on tonight. And we've already talked about this. In all honesty, during the Attitude Era, a lot of the WrestleMania sucked. They were not that good. Like the thing is in the Attitude Era, depending on how you define it, whether you say like 97, 98, whatever, but your starting point, let's say it's 98 with 14, and then your ending points in 2001 with 18. Both of those are great WrestleManias. 14 and 18, great WrestleManias. And 18, a lot of people say is the greatest of all. Or I'm sorry, 17. 17.
How dare you?
Yes. No, not 18. 18. But seriously though, like outside that, in between, folks, it's shit. It's dog shit. It's bad. And 16, aka 2000s, right up in there. And then the whole main event with a McMahon in every corner. Who fucking cares? Like,
First Mania where the heel wins the main event and leaves.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's true. Walks out the champion. But for me, at number 7, I got WrestleMania 16, aka 2000. What about you, Mike? What's your 7th worst WrestleMania of all time?
Actually, we're gonna go the year earlier, WrestleMania 15. 1999. Pick up.
Yeah, I talked about this on the Brawl for All finals. Taker
Yes.
killed off, man.
Yeah,
I'm
and then
also
you have
15 for 7.
That's
yeah,
what yours was too.
That's
Oh,
cool.
Yep.
You have
Nice.
Road Dogg defeating the Goldust.
The Goldust.
Yes, that's literally what it's on Wikipedia. So that's hilarious. That's why I read it that way.
But
Yeah.
gold,
Gold-
yeah,
gold
there was a
dust.
4-way for the IC title. The Billy
Yeah,
Gunn
and then,
in a 3-way.
The Ken
yeah, Ken
Shamrock.
Shamrock. No, it's Ken Shamrock, Val
No,
Venus.
now it's the Ken Shamrock. I don't care what Wikipedia says.
Ken Shamrock, Val Venus, Goldust, and Road Dogg. And Blue Meanie and Ryan Shamrock are in Goldust corner.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Okay. This
Yeah.
is epitome of what we're saying. The Attitude Era, like these WrestleManias sucked ass.
Yeah.
Shane and X-Pac for the European title was good.
That
Only
is-
good match.
That is the great match on this
Hot
card.
take. Only good match on the show. Because me personally, I think Rock Austin on this show sucked ass too. But
Yeah,
I'm gonna talk about that a little bit more.
The only thing I love about that match is this is like prime X-Pac doing the whoa thing,
Yeah.
and that is my favorite X-Pac thing ever. When he started carrying around nunchucks and shit like that. That
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
terrible Uncle Cracker theme for X Factor. My favorite things about X-Pac.
God.
Yo,
I-
you're dealing
I
with
was
the X
that-
Factor.
I don't listen to that theme song regularly.
Yeah. Fuck Uncle Cracker.
You get Sable-
Once again,
Clarify.
I'm okay.
And not in your sense. Not everything's about
I love Richie so much.
inserting in other people's bodies, Richie. God.
I'm just saying, you got to clarify. Some of us need some more explanation before you make a statement like that.
Yeah, you
Fair
get
enough.
Sable versus Tori.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's when
Yeah.
Tori wore that weird cat
Bodysuit
suit
thing.
looking
Yeah.
thing.
It's awkward and weird.
She looks
Like-
like a Timu version of the Navi from Avatar. Like,
Yeah.
horrible.
Oh
You
my
get-
God.
Of
That's
course-
accurate way to
Trend-setting.
put it.
Trend-setting.
You get Butterbean knocking out Bart Gunn, which was really fun to watch.
And
See them ninjas.
easily the most thrown together tag team title match of all time at a WrestleMania, I'd say, where the two guys who won a battle royal on the pre-show are a fucking tag team
I was
against.
just supposed to get there. Owen
Yeah.
Hart and Jeff Jarrett versus D'Lo Brown and Test. And Test
Yeah.
and D'Lo were like feuding at the time. And like, yeah. And then the 0 Hour was Jacqueline versus Ivory.
I'm just saying, if they fused that with the Rage Party they had like a couple days before, this would be like top. This
jeez.
would be like a top tier WrestleMania.
Oh yeah, 'cause,
You have Isaac Hayes.
say everybody, have you seen my balls? They're big and salty and brown. Yes.
And then Kane and Triple H. And then this is when China turns
Oh
on.
yeah, and you do the heel turn for Triple H in China. They reunite and then they turn on DX. Who fucking cares? This one sucks.
Yeah, and join the corporation. Yeah, it's whatever.
The only good thing on this one was Pete Rose coming out dressed as the San Diego Chicken. That's it.
That is my favorite part about those three Attitude Era WrestleManias is Kane and Pete Rose's like shtick of just Kane beating up Rose, and the fact that Pete Rose got into the WWE Hall of Fame before he got into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame is the greatest thing ever.
Canonically, that feud happened before the Peter Griffin and the Chicken feud.
Yes.
So you could point to that as, you know.
If I ever meet
Mhm.
Seth,
Reverser.
if I ever meet Seth Farland, I'm gonna ask him if that's where he got that from.
I don't.
'Cause-
Well, no, I would just be like, oh, hey, can I have a job? That would be my question.
I can do voices.
I can do the
Yeah.
voice acting.
Yeah.
I feel like if
Alright.
they ever decide to once again try and replace Brian, then I think Richie would be a good voice for the new dog.
Brian.
Brian.
So Tyler, do you have any? Because you said this was yours number 7 as well, right?
Yes.
Do you have anything you'd like to throw onto the fire of the dumpster fire that was WrestleMania?
I kind of feel like it's been covered. I mean,
in shit.
like I
yes.
said, it was shit. Yes, that's basically it.
Yeah.
So
Fair enough. Richie, what about you, my friend? What is your 7th
Oof.
first WrestleMania?
So my number 7 is WrestleMania 29. Twice in a lifetime. You know,
Oh
they
yeah.
they lied the previous year. It was going to be once, but now it's twice. So how dare you lie to me, wrestling? Uh, just like again, I have a pet peeve, and that's disrespecting the Intercontinental Championship. And on the pre-show, it was a 3-minute match between Wade Barrett and The Miz, and the title gets dropped back to Barrett the next night. So it was a title change for the sake of a
it was
title
that,
change.
and that's that weird period where like Miz is with Flair or something, or like he's like
it's
trying to get him
babyface
to,
Miz.
yeah, and he's
Babyface
trying
Miz.
to get the figure four. Didn't he fucking beat Barrett with the figure four, didn't he?
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
dear God.
Then
Ugh.
you had like Jericho versus Fandango was okay. And then they dropped the ball with Fandango.
What are you talking about? He was part of one of the greatest tag teams of all time.
Listen, I'm a big fan of Fandango and Goldust, but you know what? It really needs to be said that I'm a big fan of Breezango as well.
The Fashion Police? God, just go on YouTube, guys, and watch the Fashion Files. It's great.
Love the fashion. They went on for way too long, but I love it. The world title match I thought was like the most like I don't want to see this match ever. And it was really awkward because I think right after he won the Chamber, Swagger got pulled over by for DUI. And
it was right after that.
And Zeb Coulter's one of his like children like passed away in a DUI accident caused by a different driver. So it just made me very uncomfortable watching it. Along with, Glenn, I think Glenn Beck was talking about WWE too, and they did this weird like promo about being like out of character and challenging Glenn Beck to WrestleMania, which I thought was a move. Let's see. It's one of those WrestleManias where it's just like things happen and nothing really matters that much anymore. And it continued Ryback's streak of like being one of the hottest things in wrestling and just losing when it mattered.
And I was so happy that happened. Richard.
Yeah, just I'm like, oh wow, they're doing the fast forward Dolph Ziggler thing. All right, go King. But yeah, WrestleMania 29 is my number 7.
I think the biggest thing with 29 is why a lot of people. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to not like it. But I think the biggest thing is people were pissed off that Punk's reign got ended and he didn't get a true like end of the show WrestleMania main event.
And plus, it delayed the filming of Hercules, so it made me very angry.
Right? One of the greatest fucking films of
one of the greatest adaptations
whatever
of all
year
time.
that was. Yeah,
I remember
that
when that movie came out, they also had a competing Hercules movie with the guy from Twilight with Kellen Lutz, and that was a significantly better fucking movie.
Oh
As
wow!
It is.
Oh god. Pat, what is your 7th worst WrestleMania of all time?
It was MJ's number 8. It's WrestleMania 27. Fuck this pay-per-view. I hate this pay-per-view so much. I like with how much I hate this pay-per-view, you would think I have it higher, but just the wrestling acumen is what keeps it from being out of like the top 5. But yeah, Lawler versus Cole, Jesus H. Christ. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It brought back the Raw anonymous general manager. Fucking no. God, I hate it. I hate it so much. The fucking Snooki match. Look, I watched Jersey Shore for the first like 3 seasons.
Yeah, it fell off after 3. Yeah.
Yeah, the first 3 seasons, I was all about it. I had the T-shirt time merch. Like I was big Jersey Shore. Hey, you know what? Fuck off. All right, just roll on out of here.
Let him emote.
Yeah. But yeah, why Snooki? And don't get me wrong, the handspring, cartwheel, elbow, or hip attack that she threw, fine, like okay, but no, the fact that the core was there at all, fucking no. Like people thought that the Nexus like got such a raw deal, and they really did. That was one of the first times John Cena originally turned heel. But
there's a lot more to where that came
from. There definitely is. There definitely is. Yeah, the fact this Mania was in 2011. It was the year after I graduated. And coming off of the year prior when I was in high school, I had 2 concussions. To watch the Miz's head bounce off the floor like that before anybody even said anything, like I was like, yeah, that's a concussion instantly. Like I knew it for a fact. And then they had The Rock come out and try and save it, and he threw like that was the start of me being over The Rock. And it wasn't even because of the John Cena feud thing, because I have my own detractions against Cena in and of himself. Just, it was so, like, they made the whole show just like, oh my God, it's The Rock. He's here. Can you believe it? And I'm just like, okay.
Who fucking care? Like, it was cool
Right?
when they announced it first, and then the build up.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think because the biggest thing that hurt this was the fact that, like, they're already pretty much setting up 28. Because everybody wants to see Rock against Cena. They don't give a shit about Cena and Miz.
Yeah, and it was found out that once in a lifetime it's already been announced, or already been found out that like once in a lifetime was horseshit. The Rock was contracted for 3 Manias, set it up at 27, once in a lifetime at 28, and run it back at 29. Like, and from someone who at that time was already starting to deep dive into wrestling, look up quote unquote dirt sheets and things like that. Like I knew it was coming, so when it happened, it was like fine. The saving grace, Taker versus Hunter. I was all about that match, especially because the entire build-up, the entire start of this feud literally starts from Taker walking out to the ring, Hunter walking out to the ring. They look at each other, they look at the sign, and that's it. And to me, that is such an iconic moment that not a lot of people talk about. Like, no words needed to be said, no nothing. They ran it back the following year, which I believe that they very well should have. I love the build to that. Technically Taker won, but he didn't walk out. That whole thing, it was great. Saving grace of the show. However, the rest of the show can go bungee jumping with dental floss. Like, fuck that show. I hate it. So, yeah, that's
dog shit.
Yeah, that is my number 7.
Okay. All right, we're moving onward and upward or downward, depending on how you look at it. Number 6, Richie, or Pat, what is your 6th worst WrestleMania of all time?
So my number 6 is WrestleMania 7. So Los Angeles Sports.
So sad.
Sports
That's one of my
Auditorium?
favorites.
Yeah, Sports Auditorium, man.
Sports Auditorium. It was supposed to be the Los Angeles.
Place would end up
Coliseum.
being the home for XPW in the early 2000s.
Oh dear God!
Oh, the Rocky 4 one. Oh, okay, all right.
Whether you say they overbooked, whether you say it was due to fear from the Gulf War, whatever, that they had to significantly downsize. The main event was Hogan Slaughter, with Slaughter being an Iraqi sympathizer in the middle of the Gulf War. That's a choice to have the former G.I. Joe go full Cobra. Just that oh God. That show for me has this lasting disdain of like, what the fuck was this show? Why this is still like right toward the transition of the steroid scandal, not quite there yet, but we're starting to get there, and it hasn't transitioned quite into the new generation era yet, but it's not still the land of the giants anymore. It's a weird phase, and for me, this show is so forgettable for me. And again, I understand XLJ, the age discrepancy makes it.
Yeah, totally get it. Totally.
I like this one too. So,
honestly, this is one of my favorite manias. It's a guilty pleasure.
But just for me, I couldn't. And granted, I went back. Granted, XLJ gave me 4 days in advance.
Something like that.
Yeah, about 4 days in advance before this show, I went and watched a lot of WrestleMania content. And I got to this show, and just probably about 3 matches in, I was like, this is a Mania? Really?
Are you telling me you didn't enjoy Hacksaw Jim Duggan on commentary for the Rockers versus the Barbarian and Haku?
Yeah.
Come on, so awkward.
There are just some people that just don't belong on commentary.
But America, guys. America.
Yeah, until he joined Team Canada and WCW.
But hold on. I hear you out. But America.
But hear me out.
Hear me out. America.
So yeah, again, I don't want to run it down too much because now I feel bad for making XLJ sad because
no, it's okay. It's all good, brother.
But,
hey, it's all good.
But again, in my notes, like I have WrestleMania 7 in all caps. The fuck is this show?
Well, for me personally, the best thing on it's Warrior and Savage and the whole Miss Elizabeth like that.
Yeah,
moment.
And again, like I said, it's not a complete dumpster fire. That's why it's higher up. My dumpster fires come in my top 5. But yeah, and again, this is right before I actually like started watching wrestling, because 7 was what, 91?
91.
So that was the year I was born. So this is one I had to go back and watch, and by the time I had the wherewithal and everything to find and seek out and look up old WrestleManias, was right around Attitude-ish era. So by then I was already introduced to the Hardys and the Dudleys, and like I was that high octane and things like that. And then I went back and watched this one, and I was like, eh.
It was a completely different product, basically.
Yes, it was. And I totally
100%.
get that. Yeah, for the people that make the comparisons and everything like that, well, this generation is better than this generation, and they're talking like current generation versus that era. I'm like, guys, it's 2 completely different products. It's nothing. You can't compare the 2. It's like trying to compare a sci-fi film from 75 to a sci-fi film from 2020. Like, it's not a fair comparison. Like, please stop doing that. You just look dumb. Yeah. And then me and Richie have to make fun of you on TikTok.
It's true. Don't make us do that. Don't do that.
But if you got to do it, you got to do it, brother.
Yeah.
Richie, what about you, my friend? What's your 6th worst WrestleMania of all time?
So my 6th one includes the worst cash-in of all time, and that is when Hulk Hogan cashed in that Works For Me Brother in the Bank at WrestleMania 9.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Don't worry, those are coming from a lot of us up top. So.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking Money in the Bank cash, but I know exactly.
No, that's why I specifically said cash in. You know, it was like, look, there's been people who said Charlotte in the Bank, and I'm like, okay, I could understand that.
You want to try some Dubai chocolate?
But there are people with this Hulk Hogan cash in where, you know, challenge right away the bravado of Yokozuna, who becomes the youngest WWF champion at that point, makes history. Lovely Zuna, lovely man. And then Mr. Fuji's like, oh, we could challenge Hulk Hogan right here, right now. And Hulk Hogan, days after he got into a jet ski incident, you could see the bruise on his eye, where allegedly it might have been Macho Man that punched him, but that's allegedly. But I'm going based off Hogan's biography because that's even funnier. But with Brett, you know, blinded, you know, and the fans were taken to Brett. And if this were to go to like Hogan passing the torch to Brett, like you could compare this to probably Bianca and Becky from SummerSlam. Like that happened a couple years ago. If that was going to be the end result. But no, Hogan had to win the championship because allegedly Bruce said they need a Hogan on the European tour. But guess what? Hogan wasn't on the European tour because there was no European tour that Hogan was on. You know, and I agree. Snooki should have broke the Undertaker streak because then people
bring up that comment.
Because, like, we can't talk about the guy who broke the Undertaker streak. I mean, we could, but not on WWE television. But yeah, like the Hogan cash in the bank was just one of those things where it's like we're trying to move forward, but then we move a giant step backwards with this unnecessary championship win.
Undoubtedly, the definition of 1 step forward and 5 steps back.
This at the time is like when Vince put the Universal title on Goldberg and Brock for all those times, and people are wondering like, how come these aren't connected? It was the definition of that Simpsons meme. Am I wrong? No, it's the children who are wrong meme.
Yes.
So it's like, again, just one of those things. I did like the Roman aesthetic, at least. You'll have that Undertaker with the vulture entrance that plays, but other than that, it's like you didn't really get much out of it in terms of just like moving forward with the product.
Well, I'm sure WrestleMania 9 is going to get a lot of heat because I know Mike and I are going to be coming at it hard later. But
I'm going the fuck off.
Oh, I want you to, my friend. Go nuclear.
Okay, but don't make promises you can't keep. I'm expecting like a huge rant and meltdown.
Yeah, no, and it's not even about the Hogan shit. That's
it should be about the Hogan stuff.
Oh, I'll handle that part. We'll let Mike handle. Anyways, we digress, but we'll sneak peek here. Yeah. But all right, Tyler, what about you, buddy? What's your 6th worst WrestleMania of all time?
6 is number 5. WrestleMania 5 for me.
Oh.
For me, the main event, obviously, Hogan Savage, classic. Rude and Ultimate Warrior, ending the Ultimate Warrior, basically ended Ultimate Warrior kind of being away from the WWE after that, really. And then the only other memorable thing on that whole card for me is Andre scared to death of Jake the Snake,
Damien,
and getting the DQ. But other than that, the rest of the card is absolute crap. I mean, I love the old ones because of the nostalgia and the characters and stuff like that. Because that's what I'm old and that's what I grew up with. But at the same time, watching it back now, it's hard to watch a lot of it, in my opinion. I just never been a fan of 5, other than those like 2 or 3 matches. So
it's very forgettable. Yeah. If you were in that era, it's very forgettable. That's absolutely, totally get it. Mike, what about you, buddy? What's your number 6?
The tournament on 4.
Number 4. Okay.
Yeah. Whatever. Again, not a fan of tournaments taking up a whole pay-per-view. Hulk Hogan taking away Randy Savage's spotlight. It's very much I hate you, Terry Bollea. Like, Savage should have been taking your spot that whole era. I will die on that hill and then roll down it.
Yeah.
I did that to Pop Pat because I saw him sit back down.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one I've watched like maybe twice, and I'm like, yeah, I don't need to go back to this.
Oh, see, Seek knows, Pat. Just saying.
You.
All right. So for my number 6 is I'm kind of surprised nobody's talked about this one yet, because it's very early on, very, very early on. Now I think what they were trying to do, and you got to put yourself in this time frame too. What they were trying to do at the time was very ambitious, but I mean, it was just a very forgettable WrestleMania outside of the concept. And for me, at number 6 is WrestleMania 2.
That's my number 5.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
Mine's higher.
We're going a little bit higher for that one.
Okay.
Real quick, hold on. Just, I don't mean to cut everybody off, but I take it back. Who the fuck is Ezekiel? Why does he want me to take my shirt off?
We were talking about Ezekiel Jackson, and he just decided to pop in.
So, you don't know this person because he came into the chat yelling your name like he knew who you were.
Yeah.
He
loves you, Pat. Pat, you brother.
That's
wrong.
The funniest thing in the world.
You have groupies.
Oh. Yeah.
Because he came in earlier yelling Pat, and I was going to ask who this was because they were excited to see you, and that's funny.
Pat, do I need to remind you that you are 1/3 of the Shield of Riz?
Yeah.
what happens when you're
That's
part
what-
of the
See,
Shield of Riz.
there's the thing. Like, you have Riz with your vocabulary and with your speech. Shy just based off of aura alone. I don't have any of that, so this is all I got.
Yeah, it's verbal, sight, other sight.
Third eye.
Third eye.
People will pay good money for that, my friend. So
Just
thank
wait
you
until I
for
read a dictionary. I'm going to be on par with that one.
But no, for me, it's two. I mean, okay, Roddy Piper and Mr. T as a main event, fucking terrible. A boxing match, fucking awful.
How dare you?
A battle royal, like with Andre wins with football players. Hogan against King Kong Bundy in a cage. Who fucking cares? And then just if you look at the other matches on the like, it's just let's just put these guys to work them together. Like, there's no really like build up. Like, what was fucking Jake the Snake against what was it, George Wells or something like that? It was like a glorified enhancement town, essentially working with Jake Roberts. You had
So
Paul
George
Orndorff-
Wells was a football player.
Yeah, football
okay,
player.
It was George
Yeah,
something or other. I don't know.
He's an NFL and CFL Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's not his name, but I don't know. It wasn't a football player. It was like
put some respect on Wells' name.
yeah.
But yeah, no,
you
that's
can
who plays Jake
Wikipedia
Roberts.
that shit if you want to. It was like they had fucking Orndorff against Don Morocco, where they had the Funk brothers against. When I say Funk, I mean like Terry Funk and Jimmy Jack Funk.
No, it was
against-
Haas. It was
Or
Dory.
Haas Funk. Was it Haas? See, I can't even fucking
Yeah.
remember. It's
Yeah,
just
they
that
called
fucking
Dory.
bad.
They called legendary Dory Jr. Haas Funk
Yeah.
because
As
Wasn't it
as you
against
do.
like fuck, I can't even remember. Was that against Tito and like Junkyard Dog, I think, or something like that?
that was against Tito and Junkyard.
Okay. Yeah. You have the only good match on this show is probably the British Bulldogs against the Dream Team for the tag titles. That was kind of fun. You had Ozzy Osbourne involved, I guess. That was okay. You have George Animal Steel against Macho Man for the Intercontinental title, and that story they were telling all the time with like Miss Elizabeth and stuff. But I mean, I don't know. Like 2 was just it was lame. Was the best way to put it. That's my
Yes.
number 6. Now we're getting into the top 5 here. It's been mentioned ad nauseum, but at number 5 I have WrestleMania 15. I mean, what more can we say? Other than I will say the fucking main event is dog shit. I don't care what anybody says. Rock against Austin, the first one. Terrible match. Not that good. I mean, for God's sakes, Austin's like, he's so out of it, like he forgets his fucking jacket and he wears a goddamn t-shirt to the fucking ring. Like, I mean, it's just like, it just fucking, I can't say enough bad things about WrestleMania 15. Just fucking terrible.
You could try.
Yeah, I could. Then we would be here all fucking night. So, thankfully the network's letting us go over because, you know, we're Cold TV. Anyways,
Brother.
that's my number 5 is 15. What about you, Mike? What's your 5th worst WrestleMania?
It's WrestleMania 2.
Okay.
We didn't even talk about you mentioned the weird ambitious thing they did, but like
Oh, we didn't really go into detail, did we? Yeah.
Yeah.
So literally they were from
3
New
different
York,
cities.
Chicago, and LA.
LA.
Yeah. just
Long Island,
horrible. In the Rosemont Horizon, you also had Corporal Kirshner versus Nikolai Volkov.
Oh, the flag match, yes.
Yeah. Ricky Steamboat versus Hercules Hernandez. Adrian Adonis versus Uncle Elmer.
Oh God.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't they have Velvet McIntyre against Moolah for the women's title or
Yes.
something? Yeah.
Yeah, that opened up the Rosemont show.
It went
But yeah.
literally like a minute.
Yeah. This is a whatever pay-per-view. Again, one of those ones I've watched maybe once, maybe twice. It's trash. It's really bad.
Yeah.
And then like you go you hear about like certain cities in the closed circuit areas weren't able to get them because wires got fucked up. So you had to like go back and watch it like days later in certain neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So like it just shit show all the way around.
Insert photo of Goldberg versus DDP at Starrcade.
Yeah, that but a
Yeah.
whole ass pay-per-view.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah, WrestleMania 2, whatever.
Tyler, what about you? What's your fifth worst WrestleMania of all time?
We've talked about it. 27. I mean, Michael Cole, The Miz,
That's all
winning.
you got.
I mean, that's all I should have to say. It was just bad. It was just a bad show.
Yeah.
Also, side note, this has nothing to do with Countdown at all, but I just made this whole thing full screen, and I am now seeing the terrifying Danhausen behind Tyler.
Danhausen and his party have his Ultimate Warrior shirt on. Yeah.
Oh. Does he have a dunce hat on? Or is that a birthday?
No, it's a birthday hat. I put it on there for my birthday when we did my live stream.
Nice.
Because my birthday was during Elimination Chamber. So
Happy
Yeah.
belated
Is that-
birthday.
Is that sheep back there a Christmas tree? Or what is
No,
that?
Godzilla.
Oh, there's
Oh, it's Godzilla, bro.
Godzilla. Yeah,
Okay.
that's Godzilla.
How dare you
Alright.
disrespect Godzilla?
Yeah, you
I
know,
love
he
Mexican
faced JBL in Japan.
Yeah,
Oh God.
that's right.
Jesus.
Richie, what about you, buddy? What's your fifth worst WrestleMania of all time?
You know what, Tyler? I'm gonna copy you, and I'm gonna say WrestleMania 27 too, because there's a the whole thing was an advertisement for the next year's WrestleMania, if you really think about it.
It really was, yeah.
And then WrestleMania 28 was full of lies. WrestleMania 28 is not on my list, but WrestleMania 28 is full of lies if you think about it, because you had the once in a lifetime, then you have the end of an era match, which the era didn't end. All three of them continued to wrestle after the fact.
Facts.
But 27, they did have some good matches, like I said before. You know, Cody and Ray, which really put Cody on that trajectory. You had Randy and CM Punk, you know, and which was the storyline that I liked the best because it was the only storyline that had any continuity whatsoever when it came to bringing up past events. Like basically the story was Punk cost Randy because Punk was punted in the head by Randy 2 years before. So that's why I'm appreciative of WWE now. They will actually reference events that happened in the past to forward stories that we're living in present day. And that was like thin Randy Orton, where he's just like so thin and he's like still jacked. And that's like Angle Slam Randy Orton too, because him and Kurt were having like this beef online. So they just kept on doing each other's moves, which I thought was so funny. The Triple H Undertaker match, I preferred this one over the Hell in a Cell one. Just because like I felt the Hell in a Cell one was pretty over the top. Like it needed to be over the top though. So it's like it's not like, you know, because
I remember seeing somebody said that your preference on those two matches is how much you like HBK Dinner Theater. I love a good HBK over the top sell. So.
No, he was the best one in the entire match in my opinion, just because it's Shawn. But again, you had that main event. You had Miz and Cena. I will say both video packages were phenomenal. Probably some of the best video packages you'll see at a WrestleMania. And when my friend and I, we were watching the Miz one, and I'm just like, they couldn't build him like this during the entire build to WrestleMania.
Feel My Name by Nas.
Yeah, great song.
I love that. And his entrance was awesome too.
With the giant inflatable letters.
Awesome.
Giant inflatable letters, and then you had Alex Riley in the main event too. That was awesome. You know,
A-Ride, baby.
Great.
Say it to my face, Richie.
I mean, I did.
John Cena's biggest hater.
But it's like all that happened. The Cena one I like too, just because it was like you know, he had the choir there too. The finish was really, really bad. You know, the general manager, and of course, Michael Cole, Jerry Lawler. Lawler's only WrestleMania match. Cole with the coal mine was really, really dumb. Him being trained by Swagger, also really dumb. Stone Cold being on there was really like the finish was fine. Like if it was Lawler like making Cole tap out, but then it ended with the anonymous general manager overturning the decision, and that was just like I'm like. It literally changed nothing. They just wanted this feud to continue for not one but two more pay-per-views after. And like 2011, like oof, woof, just
Yep.
woof in general, and of course the core. The core.
Yeah, Michael Cole got his tooth knocked out.
My Punk, yeah, because Punk was screwing around and did the knee to the corner.
No, twice.
Yeah.
He got knocked out by Punk, and then Jerry Lawler threw him a drop kick in that match and knocked out another tooth. He got his.
You could see it flying too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at the time, he deserved it. Now we love you, Cole. You're great. We love you. You're awesome. At the time, fuck you.
Fuck you. Reasons.
Not legitimately, Richie.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
you gotta be very clarification in here. It's 2025. You gotta be a little bit more specific.
Pat, what's your 5th worst WrestleMania of all time?
So, I have a very personal bias as to why this is my number 5, and it is one that has not been talked about yet. So, my number 5 worst WrestleMania is WrestleMania 20. So,
wow. Okay.
I'll start with the good. Eddie Guerrero versus Kurt Angle. The shoe fall off or the take off into the roll up pin. Great. Everything like that. Cool. The Cruiserweight Open wasn't terrible. It was actually pretty good, pretty solid. I was a little bit sad that that's pretty much the only time we've seen Ultimo Dragon in the WWE.
Oh, poor Ultimo in that entrance.
He tripped on his cape too. Yeah.
He had a few SmackDown matches, but yeah, it was very short-lived.
Yeah. And although I don't agree with the ending, Evolution versus Rock and Sock, fine. They were trying to build up Evolution, build up Randy and Batista. Why you had them lose to the Rock and Sock or beat the Rock and Sock connection could have been anybody else, but okay, I get it. I understand. However, this show in particular, and again, my personal bias to this match, this show was in 2004. I had just moved from El Paso to Oklahoma City the year prior. And I had saved, because this was after the black box had gone. I don't know what happened to it, but for whatever reason, my dad didn't have it anymore. So I had saved from my birthday in December to April, mowing lawns, chores around the house, whatever I could, to pay for this Mania. And I was super hyped on the return of the Dead Man, all of that, thought it was going to be great, anything like that. And then this match happened, or this show took place. And it opened with John Cena versus The Big Show. This is like the start, like right when John Cena became Eminem for however long he was. This is also how we got the terrible spinner US title, which sweet heavenly Jesus. But yeah, so that match started and I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. And then next was the tag match, which was RVD and Booker T beating Cade and Jindrak, the Dudleys, and La Resistance. I was like, okay, this still doesn't feel like it's worth $50, but fine. Christian versus Chris Jericho.
That storyline was crazy.
I like that match.
It was supposed to end differently too. It was supposed to be
was.
Jericho was supposed to win, and then him and Trish were going to be like this buddying romance couple. But then they're like, Christian needs the win more and put a blue dot on his face.
Yeah. So, and again, at the time I was a huge Trish fan. So the fact that the fact that she didn't bust her ass in those fucking pointed heels she ran down to the ring in, I mean, I guess props to that. Then Evolution beat Rock and Sock, pissed off about that. Then Tori Wilson and Sable beat Stacy Keibler and Miss Jackie. The fuck? Why was this a match at all?
But Playboy Bunny. Lingerie.
It's for brand supremacy, man. It was Raw versus SmackDown.
Fuck that.
Got to advertise the new game coming out.
No, absolutely not. Then there was the Cruiserweight match. Was the first match. That's 6 matches into the card that I find was like, okay, cool, good match. We finally got something good. And then it was Goldberg versus Lesnar 1. Fuck this match. Fuck everything that transpired to this match. This was the first time I remember, because my dad told me at the time, because I was 13 at the time. Like, my dad told me, hey, you know, both these guys are leaving after this match, right? And so nobody wanted it. The crowd immediately turned on this match. It was horrible. It was a lot of posturing and flexing and grunting for no apparent reason.
To put it in perspective, it was received so badly they started chanting for Hogan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And back then, people still liked Hogan. Maybe. Then it was Too Cool beating the world's greatest tag team, the Basham Brothers and APA, which APA and Basham's fine, whatever, but Too Cool. This was already like past Too Cool's prime.
Yeah, it was awkward.
Were we
Yeah,
still even calling them Too Cool, or just Rikishi and Scotty?
It was just Rikishi and Scotty.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So on Wikipedia, they're listed as Too Cool.
What was even funnier was Grandmaster Sexay was actually on Raw during this time. Like, he returned on Raw, and Scotty and Rikishi were on SmackDown.
Yeah.
Mhm.
God, I don't even remember that.
Yeah. Then Victoria versus Molly Holly, which originally wasn't going to be on the show. The only way they got it put on the show is that Molly agreed to shave her head. So shout out Molly Holly. Great. Mighty Molly, all that good stuff. Cool. But at the time, the match was fine for what it was, but still nothing great. Eddie versus Kurt, banger. Shout out Eddie. We all know how I feel about Eddie. Not crying on this show again. And then Taker returned, and it was very meh. Like, I was so hyped for the Dead Man character, and this may be hot take, personal bias. As far as one-on-one competition, I don't think Taker and Kane have ever had a good match. It's very bland. And
I like the 14 encounter, but
okay, that's fine. Okay, we'll give you that one. But like,
the first one,
it's kind of like how Jimmy and Jay were at Mania last year. Like, they have such similar styles that it's like watching someone wrestle a mirror version of themselves. It just doesn't, for me, it just doesn't work. And then the main event. Benoit, Hunter, and Shawn. For all intents and purposes, at the time, cool moment. Benoit got his time in the sun. The ending shot with him and Eddie, cool and everything like that. But the fallout, what came very shortly after, because I think within a year, both
that's
Eddie
a couple years. Oh yeah.
Eddie passed 1 year after, and then Benoit too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so within 2 years,
like 2-3
the
years.
two men who won 20 were gone. One in heartbreaking circumstances, the other. Just, we'll leave it at that. So just this show that as a 13-year-old who was like, I was still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and innocent. Like, and I was so happy for wrestling, and I saved up my money to buy this pay-per-view, and it fucking deflated me so bad. So while it's not the worst WrestleMania on the planet, and there are a lot of some that are probably a lot worse that I've already previously named, just personal bias and personal experience, I don't like this Mania. It leaves a very sour taste in my mouth. So for that reason, that's my number 5.
All right. I mean, you definitely pled your case, so I totally get it. It's interesting because you run down the card, and you're right. There are several matches that are on this show, and it just kind of feels like, okay, this match is on this show just to get so-and-so on the WrestleMania card, essentially. Yeah, totally get it. All right. What is your number 4 worst WrestleMania of all time, Pat?
So, with throwing MJ on another rant, my number 4 is WrestleMania 9.
It's a comment.
I know. Yeah, I know it was talked about by Richie, and I know MJ is going to get into it, but just as my rundown, Taker versus Giant Gonzalez ending in chloroform. the fuck?
He is shaking. Mike is shaking right now. Okay, hold it in, Mike. We know what's coming.
We'll get there. But yeah, the Hogan Brutus Barber BK tag match with Brutus wearing that weird. I understand it was for medical purposes. He broke his face. Wasn't it like skiing or some shit?
Yeah,
like that?
he broke his water skiing.
Yeah,
Well,
water
there's
skiing.
paragliding or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it was water skiing because I remember somebody made the joke about this match was so bad that they wish he would have pulled a Sonny Ono and it been actual skiing, not water skiing. It was like, that's fucked up. But I digress. The Shawn match was fine until the end. But I mean, fine. Like it's Shawn Michaels. You can. He's had those moments where his matches are good and then the ending shits the bed, but that's no fault of Shawn of his own. And just I'll skip ahead to the main event. As Richie so eloquently put it, the worst cash in of all time. And what pisses me off so much about this show and going back and watching it is, for all intents and purposes, this is still very much, kayfabe is very much alive and well in wrestling for the most part. Because I know this is first. Oh, also sidebar. The ending pissed me off the most because the previous year, WrestleMania 8 was supposed to be Hogan's retirement match. That didn't fucking happen. Again, end of an era, quote unquote, air quotes, whatever the fuck. No, didn't happen. The fact that one man put off what should have been the coronation of what ended up being one of the greatest wrestlers of most people's all time. He's in my top 10, not my top 5. Sorry, XLJ. But the coronation of Brett, taking down the giant that was Yoko because you can't use any of your steroid wrestlers anymore. Thanks a lot for that, fucking Hogan. And then you give him the title just for him to give it back to Yoko. And then him basically saying, all right, fuck y'all, I'm going to WCW. Why would you do that, Vince? Never mind. I know why, because you're fucking just as stupid as he is. But whatever, I digress. And then again, just from a kayfabe standpoint, Yokozuna, why the fuck would you accept this match? You just won the world title, or retained the world title, excuse me, from Brett. Had a great match-ish. For Yoko standard, it was fine. Apparently, according to reports and everything like that, Yoko went home way too early. He was gassed the fuck out.
Yeah, he was gassed. Yep.
Yeah. So, which no fault to Rodney Anawai. Rest in peace. You were a very large man, so the fact that you could go the time that you did, more power in the world to you. I get winded from standing too long. Yeah, just this match or this card is such a fucking dumpster fire of why, and I just can't stand it. And again, I know that someone else is gonna roast this to the ether, so I'll end mine there. But yeah, WrestleMania 9.
All right, Richie, what's your fourth worst WrestleMania of all time?
My fourth one is WrestleMania 11.
Same here, actually. So.
Same here.
Great match. Great minds think alike.
Agree.
So I'll try to keep it brief so my partners over here kind of like say what they need to say. But again, it was discussed earlier, you know, the celebrity involvement. Lawrence Taylor, Bam Bam main event, like Bam Bam's cool. Lawrence Taylor, not exactly what they needed that main event to be. Diesel versus Shawn, cool, fine. I do find it funny that Shawn Michaels took the worst powerbomb in the history of mankind just because he wanted to. And
I feel like Bob Holly would have something to say about that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then right after that, I just got that too. Oh, that's funny.
God.
With Diesel and Shawn especially, it's like one of those things where I feel like this is kind of like turning the corner of breaking the kayfabe, you know, because during like the press conference they were just chilling and just like being like, oh hey, we're buddies, and everyone's like, oh okay. Bret Hart, Bob Backlund, I quit match. No one said I quit. Backlund just yelled, and that constituted as him quitting. Yokozuna and Owen Hart, I think, is a pretty interesting pairing. I always like those like thrown together tag teams where I I could see that. Or it's like, oh, they proved me wrong and they actually work well together. Taker versus King Kong Bundy, the match that never gets brought up when talking about the Undertaker streak. Yeah, nothing really to write home about. It was just, it was, again, the highlight of we're trying to find the identity of this new era, but we keep going back to the old era as kind of like a crutch.
Yeah. Tyler, what were your thoughts on this WrestleMania?
I mean, Richie pretty much nailed most of it, but I would say the big thing for me was, especially the Lawrence Taylor and Bam Bam. Like you said, like we've already said, but Bam Bam basically carried the match. But I remember as a kid watching the build to this match on the various WWF programs at the time, because Lawrence Taylor, I mean, he was a bad man on the field and off the field. He got in trouble with the law. He was doing bad things. So you're thinking this guy's going to come in and actually have a chance to kick Bam Bam Bigelow's ass. But yeah, it was nothing even close.
Bam Bam was a bad man too, though. Bam Bam was a bad man.
Well, I understand that. But they just, the way they built Lawrence up to be, they made Lawrence Taylor act like at that time he was like Hulk Hogan or whoever on top of the world in that match, because like there was no way that Bam Bam could beat him because he was so bad. But I don't know. And then
the real bad man is Rikishi, though.
I did it for the Rook.
Yeah, exactly.
Bad man. I'm sorry, I've been playing the Bloodline like 2K25 showcase, and you have to rewrite history, and yet like if they lost a match, you win a match. So I had to play as Bad Man Rikishi.
Oh jeez.
Oh wow,
that's hilarious.
Yeah,
but
no.
Yeah. Fair enough. Mike, your thoughts on WrestleMania 11 and why it's a dumpster fire?
Let's just start with the first match of the card. Why the fuck are the Harris brothers having a tag match on Mania?
I don't know. Why are you yelling at me?
Sorry. Sorry, but Jacob and Eli Blue, aka Ron and Don Harris, versus the Allied Powers. Like, we couldn't put any the other great tag teams against the Allied Powers. Like,
Bold assumption you thought they had a functioning tag division.
So what you're telling me is you would have much rather preferred the Bushwhackers against the Allied Powers at WrestleMania 11.
I would have preferred the
Express. Or Well Done against the Allied Powers.
Actually, Well Done, really good tag team in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and should have gotten a big break in the WWF. They were a great tag team. So, yes, I probably would have preferred Well Done. Or the Smoking Guns, or the Heavenly Bodies. They had tag teams. Why the fuck are Ron and Don Harris in the spot? Weird.
Also, weren't the Harris brothers like legitimate like neo-Nazis?
Yep, they are literally.
They literally have the Sustafa bolts like tatted on their arms. You can see it on the broadcast.
Yeah, on multiple companies on multiple shows, they like it's out there. Like WCW, TNA, like it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes,
so,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Go back and watch the show. Like you can see it on both. They have the double S right here on their arm.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. I didn't want to bring up that part, but
I will.
I know you will. But yeah, again, The Undertaker versus King Kong Bundy. I think like the first 5 matches from the streak don't get like talking about because they are so like Undertaker just beating up these old timers.
I'd lean into like the first 10, maybe like 9. The first 9 are bad,
yeah. But it's just like the first 5 or 6 are just him beating up old timers who are like way past their prime.
Like, I will say this: guilty pleasure. I liked him against Diesel at 12.
Yeah, I think that was probably like the first like considered like good streak.
Yeah, match. And also too like a viable opponent that could beat him. You know, the other ones is like it's a foregone fucking conclusion.
I think that was the first. Taker was like the first person to kick out of 2 jackknives or something like that.
Yeah,
like a jackknife.
I have personal beef.
then-
I have heat with Kevin Nash. So.
Who don't you have heat with?
No, but I have like legitimate. Well, not like legitimate, but like I met Kevin Nash in 2017 at a Comic-Con, and
He was a jackass.
no, he was actually a very nice guy. But I went up, paid for a picture and an autograph, and I shook his hand. And I was like, "Dude, you're great, awesome, giant." And I'm a tall guy. I'm 6'3". Like he's a giant human being, like that. And he shakes my hand. Everything's great. Take our picture, everything like that. I was like, "Dude, you're great. You were my mom's favorite wrestler back in the day." He goes, "Oh, okay," and signs his photo to my mom.
That's awesome.
So
Shouldn't
I
have
gave
said
it.
that.
I
blame
gave it
you
to
for
her.
that.
That's
I gave it to her. So now my mom has an autographed picture of Kevin Nash.
That's
I-
awesome.
nice.
That's your fault. You shouldn't have said that.
I was trying to
Make
be
conversation.
a nice guy. Yeah, make conversation. I also met Booker T that same weekend while he rode around on what are those things called?
Segway.
The one without a handle, the hoverboard.
Yeah, hoverboard. Oh, okay.
That's
he
crazy.
was in combat boots, like really really tight jeans, and a way too small GI Bro shirt.
Oh my god.
And
No, so
literally
that wasn't Booker T. That was GI Bro.
And he literally got up to go. He got up and told his event coordinator person that he was going to the restroom. And he literally got on a little hoverboard, and you just see Booker T and his dreads just zzz, fucking through the entire venue. It was great.
That's
That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
And then you have Lawrence Taylor versus Bam Bam. Not to be rude or disrespectful to a man like Lawrence Taylor, but with how sweaty and how out of breath was, I would not be shocked if he was on the pipe before the match.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he was
Cajun
definitely
Bulldog.
doing some of that booger sugar beforehand. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah. So
He was cracking it up, if you know what I mean.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
he was
Yes,
hitting that Bobby
indeed.
Brown.
Yeah, that's what you
Um,
get when you're a New York
huh?
Giant.
Dun, 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 dun. Anyways, so for me, my number 4, it's been talked about. I'm gonna mention it again though. It's WrestleMania 32. Jesus Christ, way too fucking long. Fuck that main event. Just fucking stupidity. Like nobody was giving a shit. This is why we hated Roman Reigns for years, is because he was being shoved down our fucking throats. And the whole like the Triple H thing. I mean, they were cheering for Triple H, who had like
Mhm.
one of the, in my opinions, I think one of the stupid entrances, and he's had some bad ones over the years.
Oh, with his
What was
minions.
With the fucking minions and the mask
the
and shit.
minions.
Just fucking
That Xavier Woods didn't get to be a part of because his fro wouldn't fit under the skull mask.
Yeah. That's a great
But I know
story.
like Finn was in there, Enzo,
Atami was in there.
Tommy. Yeah,
I think Neville's in there.
yeah.
Every one of the NXT class back then.
Yeah.
The Brock Lesnar Ambrose match. What can we say? Just fucking garbage.
Gotta,
tell you
gotta
one
keep
that-
you safe for UFC 200.
I tell you one that I thought like people. I don't know at the time. I think people kind of like that is. I don't know. People, you can still say whatever, but I thought Shane and Undertaker was way too fucking long.
I
Did
just
not
looked up
enjoy
the time. It's 30 minutes and 10 seconds.
It's like way too fucking, and that's not even counting entrances.
Mhm.
I mean, it's just wait, because you know Undertaker's got a 10-minute goddamn entrance
Yeah,
because
let's
it's
say so,
fucking
42
Undertaker at
minutes.
WrestleMania. It's way too fucking long. The only good thing on this show is Becky, Sasha, and Charlotte. That's like the only really decent match on this show.
You got the ladder
Um,
match.
Oh yeah, the latter with of course Matt Cardona or aka Zack
Yeah.
Ryder
Woo,
for
woo,
the
woo.
IC title.
yeah, that was a good moment. And then he lost the title the next
The
night.
next
Yeah, the
fucking
next
night.
night.
That
Yeah.
was actually always the plan, though. Like they were trying to figure out who would win, and then there would be like all the guys in the match just went together and like just give it to Zach, because
Yep.
it's like
Have
a big
his little
moment.
WrestleMania. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
like
just
all of them were friends. Like Cody was friends with Zach, Miz, Dolph.
Yeah.
I'm sure him and Sin Cara were tight.
The Rock segment fucking sucked on this show. The whole fucking
Sin Cara's Mystico now, right?
Yeah.
Well,
And
this
other-
was
or no.
Unico Sin Cara.
Oh, this is
this is
Unico.
Uno-
still.
yeah, that's
Unico,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
This is
Sin
the
Cara
one who actually
Negro.
hit his moves.
Yeah.
The whole
And
AJ Styles not beating Jericho, that was fucking lame.
Yeah.
Goddamn, I like just it's very forget. Oh, they had the the Andre Battle Royal, and like Shaq comes out, and it's just like, what the fuck?
Tatanka forgets that he has a special entrance and just
Yeah.
walks with everybody.
Eh,
Yeah.
it's just bad.
Weird sidebar. I actually was just listening to it the other day. So there's I guess you can call him a quote unquote YouTube rapper. His rap name is Gone, Gawne, and he just recently did a song with Shaq called Chaos. I've listened to Shaq rap from a hip hop head. Not great, not horrible, but not great. However, Shaq spits bars.
Yeah.
Like,
Of course he does.
This-
Haven't you ever watched Kazam?
I mean specifically
I
on
am
this
Kazam.
track. I mean specifically on this track. Like he says, like, you buy gifts, I put stock in it. I'm not stomping on them. I'm rebocking it, and I'm like, okay, Shaq, okay. So yeah, weird sidebar, but just because he brought it up because he was in that match. Also, don't. It'll come up more when I get to it, but I just don't think celebrities, at least up until recently, celebrities in wrestling matches just don't work.
Yeah.
Shout out
Agreed,
Benny.
agreed.
Shout out Benny.
But yeah, 32, dog shit. Terrible fucking WrestleMania. Now, for my number 3, it's already been mentioned, but I'm going to talk about it briefly here. It's 36. I mean, and here's
Hey,
is that yours too?
yeah.
Nice. Yes, we are simpatico. The thing is this one was handcuffed from the get-go, the fact that it got shut down. Because once it got shut down, literally it's like, all right, we don't give a fuck about storylines or anything like that. Like what was already in place was going, but I mean there was so many forgettable thrown together like what you had Malachi Black against Bobby Lashley, I think was on this one.
Mhm.
You had fucking like maybe it was on the pre-show, I think Cesaro against
Drew Gulak.
Drew Gulak.
He won with the
Liv
UFO.
Morgan and Natalia Neidhart on the pre-show, I think. Fucking then I did like there's some highlights. I mean, definitely the cinematic matches are great, as has been mentioned. Unfortunate what happened to Drew and kind of him getting his moment, and then just really fucking stupid what they did with the Big Show and on Raw. That was just whatever. Edge and Orton, yes, it did definitely go on for too long. Now I will say I didn't hate that match, but I mean, yes, it definitely went on for too long. But there's just so many forgettable like what I think Bayley defended her championship in like a 5-way or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You had the whole weird thing with the tag titles, which a lot of that was because with COVID and stuff. I think Miz couldn't do because he tested positive or something like that.
No, Miz sneezed, and one of the Usos went back and they said, like, we're not wrestling him because he's showing symptoms. And they're like,
that's
all
what-
right,
yeah. Yeah, it was.
I'm
Like
not sure about the sneeze part, but the Miz did show up with symptoms.
Yeah, and they're just like, nope, not doing it. The whole like the Roman Goldberg match getting scrapped, and then you get Braun Strowman and like
Strowman.
yeah, like ugh. I'm not a Braun guy, never have, never will be. Just so many forgettable. Just like it was. I get it. They had what they could do with it. But it just 36 it's not like I'm going back and watching it. Or if I am going back and watching it, I'm only going to be watching like probably the Boneyard match or the Cena Bray Wyatt match. That's about it.
Gave AJ Styles a main event at WrestleMania, so I'll always be appreciative.
And it was Undertaker's last match too.
And it introduced 2-night WrestleManias, because if that didn't happen,
did.
2-night WrestleManias wouldn't be a thing.
It did. So I guess we got to give it a little
You got
bit.
glasses half full when
flowers
it
for
comes
that.
to WrestleMania
Yeah.
36. Otherwise, you could easily say it's the worst WrestleMania. I think just because
Yeah.
of simply for the fact that like it just. I mean,
Just the
there's no
vibe.
crowd there. It's not a spectacle. It's just
Yeah,
like
this is
yeah.
pre Thunderdome, so no piped in
Yeah.
crowd noises or anything like
Mhm.
that.
Did
Well-
feature Kevin Owens jumping off the logo, so that was pretty cool.
yeah.
That
The
was
good.
the KO Seth match was great.
That
Yeah.
was a good match.
Here's one thing too I want to say about this, and we'll move on here. But I will say at the time, I was very very tuned in and interested in this because I don't if y'all remember time, it was just like it was gloom and doom in the world. Literally, it was like fucking you went to work and then you went home. That's all. So I mean, it was kind of like, oh cool, I got something I can watch and see what's going to happen. Because we going into it, we didn't know what exactly it was going to look like. Like, how are they going to turn this? Working at like the performance center, what's that going to look like exactly? And I mean, it wasn't the greatest, but for what they had to work with, it was fine. So, Mike, what are some of your thoughts on this WrestleMania?
Yeah, not a good WrestleMania. It's definitely a WrestleMania I have not gone back and watched, but just some of the other matches that happened, I guess you can say, that we haven't spoken about. You have Otis versus Dolph.
Oh yeah,
I
I
remember
You know
that
what?
now.
Great
I
story
don't-
though. Great
I'm about to
story.
say, yeah, I don't mind that
Story,
match.
though.
It was a
because I
good
love-
story.
Great story. Great
Yeah.
story.
Yeah,
And
this-
Dolph's only singles match at WrestleMania, so that will always hold a.
Yeah, but
in my heart.
then you have the Street Profits versus Angel Garza and Austin Theory when they were brought up to the main roster.
Yeah. Andre was.
Oh, I forgot
Andrade,
about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Andrade tested positive, I think.
Yeah.
So then
Mhm.
Austin Theory was the backup.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, outside of the cinematic matches, this really is not.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the other ones too. Liv Morgan beat Natalia.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was literally, I
Lynch-
think.
Becky
Pat-
Lynch beat Shayna.
Yeah, and that was a hyped up one too, and that just
That was-
Vampire
yeah.
Shayna too. She
That
took
was
a chunk
Vampire
of-
Shayna.
And Becky was pregnant during that time too, and she lobbied to try to drop the title. But Vince
Yeah.
is like, no, I don't want Shayna as champion. And Becky's like, well, you could be very surprised.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it.
Yep, that's it. All right, Tyler, what about you, my friend? What is your third worst WrestleMania of all time?
Number 3 for me was one we have talked about. Number 4, just boring tournaments. I've never liked tournaments, especially the old school ones, because they combined them all in one night. I was never a King of the Ring fan. I thought King of the Ring was boring. I've never just never enjoyed it. And this is one that I remember back in the day, since I'm old. You rent the VHS tapes and you'd go over and watch this with a bunch of your buddies. We'd like watch 5 or 6 shows in one night sometimes. And this is one we fast forwarded to watch, like the world championship match and then your continental match, and then get to the finals at points, because some of the matches were just so brutal. It was horrible. It was making people fall asleep. So yeah, WrestleMania 4, not my cup of tea at all.
I get it, man. What about you, Richie? What's your third worst WrestleMania of all time?
My third worst WrestleMania, who gets the bronze medal, is WrestleMania 2.
It's also mine.
Man.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
my second.
If we were doing the Wrestle Talk thing, this is when we do like the handshake thing without we tie it all. But yeah, WrestleMania 2. I applaud them of trying to experiment a little bit by having 3 different locations, but that is really dumb. It's pretty dumb. Because it's like, just because you divide and conquer, that didn't mean like the shows were any of that. They weren't great, and it's like the main event, so like it's an interesting concept, but again, you have Hogan on there. Okay, you got the boxing match. Why a boxing match? And you're trying to strike lightning twice with the first WrestleMania, and you're trying to go too big for no reason, where it's like you follow the KISS rule. I'm not saying put on demon makeup, but keep it simple, silly. And then you just kind of go on from there. And it's just like one of those things where if you're in the crowd watching a WrestleMania, like this one specifically, you're watching on like the Tron, like the matches that are taking place. So it's like, you're kind of just like sitting around and waiting, and it's like you paid like money, like probably good money, in order to like watch a show that's supposed to be the Super Bowl event of the year. And you're just getting like a third of that. So it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like if you were watching it, like it still wouldn't be like this is like a big show. This just feels like this is complicated for the sake of being complicated.
Yeah, absolutely. Pat, so you had that as your number 3 as well. Can you elaborate a little bit?
It just in concept, in in theory, I understand the want and the desire to make it bigger than the year before. I guess, in earnest, they tried. It didn't work. I know that it was told, I don't remember where I saw the story, that on top of seeing the other matches on whatever scoreboard things, that they also brought out monster size 32-inch televisions.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just the three mains, Hulk Hogan and Bundy, the boxing match that ended in a DQ because of a fucking body slam. And just, this is all pre my era, so these are things I've gone back and watched as a lover of wrestling and a quote unquote wrestling historian, I guess you could say. And yeah, it just, even like when you go back and watch it on the network, the way that they like have put the entire show together, like it's cut weird, it looks awkward. Like, I'm a big guy when it comes to lighting and sound, and so when there's a transition from different matches and you're automatically in a different place, so the lighting is different and the sound quality is different, it just doesn't work for me. Yeah, it just wasn't. And yeah, I mean, again, it's fine, I guess. Again, it's more of a time capsule thing in and of itself, but all in all, yeah, it just doesn't do it for me.
Understandable. All right, we are down to the nitty-gritty, folks, here. We're down to the 2 worst WrestleManias of all time.
That is my number 2. So I'm just going to say this is number 2. Basically, I'm surprised that didn't like tank the whole company, WrestleMania 2, in my opinion, because honestly, there's nothing other than actually the one match I do like on the whole card, because I just remember, I mean, I like to watch it because it's entertaining to me, is Randy Savage and George Steele, because Randy Savage plays up that George Steele is this freak of an animal person, and just the look in Savage's eyes and just the mannerisms and him running away from him, and then when he bites the ring pad, and just, I mean, watching Randy work is just, it's just great. But other than that, everything else on that card is I could forget it and never watch it again. It just wasn't good.
Yeah.
So
yeah, two is bad. I'm starting to think maybe I should have had it higher, but I don't know. I got some pretty bad ones. But all right, Pat, what's your second worst WrestleMania of all time?
WrestleMania 3.
Ooh.
Whoa. Okay.
WrestleMania.
Let's hear this one. Okay.
Yeah.
WrestleMania 3 is a one-match show, and it's not the fucking main event. It is Dragon versus Savage. That is the best match on the card, bar none, and it still holds up to this day. You can insert that match into modern-day wrestling, and it would still hold up. Shout out Savage and Steamboat. They're great.
They also rehearsed it about 50 million times.
They did,
Yeah.
But you know what? Fine. You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Well, I guess that was a Savage thing. He did that with all his matches.
Yeah, but I'd say Savage was known to he really liked to go in and get everything like down to a T. I know it's remembered for the iconic Hogan Slam first time ever, which it absolutely the fuck was not. It definitely was not. It had happened many times before.
Yeah, by Hogan too.
Yes, by
Hogan and several other wrestlers.
Yes,
several
others
over the years.
I just picture Pat being that Family Guy character. Hey, everyone, this guy's the phony. This guy's the big fat phony.
There's a compilation on YouTube of all the slams before WrestleMania 3 from every wrestler that slammed Andre.
So,
and then really Hogan just going like, I wasn't sure if I was going to slam him or not. Andre didn't give me the okay.
Yeah.
I remember I slammed him, brother, and then 9 days later he passed away.
Yeah,
Even though he lived 10 years after that.
and then Metallica offered me to play bass, brother.
Yeah, absolutely the fuck not. Go and film The Nanny again, you dumb bitch. Anyway,
Mr. Nanny.
whatever. Anyway, just the rest of the card. The Can-Am Connection, Martel and Tom Zink versus Bob Orton and Magnificent Morocco. Fine, I guess. Billy Jack Haynes versus Hercules. Okay.
Fuck Billy Jack Haynes, by the way.
Thank you.
Just
Fuck
a
Billy
personal
Jack
note.
Haynes, you piece of shit.
I agree.
Got to see that
Hi-
Dark Side of the Ring episode.
Yeah.
He's in
Hillbilly
jail.
Jim, the Haitian Kid, and Little Beaver versus King Kong Bundy, Little Tokyo, and Lord Littlebrook.
Little people wrestlers.
Little people wrestlers.
Now, damn it, Pat, that was Eugene's favorite WrestleMania moment, okay? So let's not forget about that, man.
Shout out Nick Dinsmore, I guess. Yeah. Harley Race, Bobby Heenan, and the Fabulous Moolah defeated the Junkyard Dog in a loser must bow match.
Yeah. That's
Huh?
awkward.
That was
The Dream Team, Valentine and Briefcake, with Johnny Valiant and Dino Bravo, defeated the Rougeau brothers. That was a 4-minute match on WrestleMania. Okay.
Wait till I
Roddy
tell
Piper-
you about Kane and Chavo Guerrero.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Roddy Piper versus Adrian Adonis, hair versus hair. That one's fine. Not great, but fine. That was long past the prime of Adrian Adonis, and I have a lot of respect for him doing the very esoteric, ostentatious character long before Goldust even had the thought in his head to do it. But so props and everything to Adrian, but still fine. Danny Davis and the Hart Foundation versus Tito Santana and the British Bulldogs. Why Danny Davis and Tito Santana were there, I don't fucking know. Could have
You
been
don't
the
like
Hart
the
Foundation
wrestling
versus the
referee?
Bulldogs.
The wrestling referee is great. No, actually, no, he's not. I'm not trying
No,
to
he's
be nice
not.
to Danny Davis.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't sit here on Kendrick Lamar's internet and lie to the people, MJ.
Bad lying.
Butch Reed defeated Coco Beware. That was a 3-minute match. Okay, fine. We already talked about Steamboat and Savage. The Honky Tonk Man beat Jake Snake Roberts. Anybody remember that match? Anybody?
No.
Anybody tell me anything?
I do, mainly because of the whole Alice Cooper stuff, but yeah.
Yeah.
But you remember it for Alice Cooper.
Would you like me to lie to you, Pat?
I would rather you not.
Okay.
The Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov against the Killer Bees. And then the main event.
And Hacksaw Jim Duggan would come down in some of the tightest jeans you ever seen in that
Yeah. They were.
And 3 months later, we'll get busted doing cocaine with Iron Sheik in the car. But anyways.
Oh, yeah.
That was right after, yes.
Yeah,
And then the main event, Hogan versus Andre. Again, for the wrestling fans that we are, it being the biggest show of the year, in that sense, yes, the Slam was iconic. It wasn't very well known. You could lie to wrestling fans at the time and say that it
In
happened.
87,
In 87, like
Lying to
that was-
wrestling fans, never.
yeah. So you could do that. And the Slam, yes, in that context is iconic. But the rest of the match is fucking boring. It is a slow, plodding affair of, I get it, Vince putting his two biggest stars against each other. But as we've seen time and time again, even in the modern day era, sometimes it just doesn't work.
And from a physical standpoint, realistically speaking, Andre should have been working.
Yeah,
Yes,
Andre could
Davis
barely
was
walk,
fine.
so
Yeah.
he
Andre
shouldn't
was
have been working.
done.
It was
Yeah,
brutal.
you could. Yeah, there's that very, very heartfelt episode of. It was that A&E show where they would go and find like wrestling memorabilia and shit like that,
Mhm.
and they show Mark Henry the back brace that Andre was wearing in the match, and they show like stills that you can actually see it. Like, yeah, like there, Andre was in a lot of pain, and I get it. He was a lover of the sport and wanted to do everything he can for the fans and for. And I get it. I totally get it. We love Andre. May you rest in peace. I can only imagine the fucking coffin you're buried in, but I digress. But yeah, just it's for someone who has preached long in their wrestling knowledge and wrestling quote unquote content creator career, take off the nostalgia goggles, guys. It's not a good show. It's really not. It's fine for the third WrestleMania of all time, okay, but in the context and the confines of everything, it's just not a good show, and I stand on it that I don't like it. So there's my number 2.
I respect
Rest in peace,
it.
my mentions.
I respect you for bringing it up because I'm going to safely say I don't think anybody else probably had that on their list. So
No.
touche.
But I also just don't
there
think
were-
about WrestleMania 3.
There were 93,000 people in there. That was really 70,000 people.
93,173, brother.
You can't lie to wrestling fans.
Yeah, but what about? But if it was in the Tokyo Dome?
What was it, in the Superdome or the Silverdome?
We'll get to there. We'll get
Yeah,
there.
dude, that's
We'll
great.
get there.
All right, Richie, what is your second worst WrestleMania of all time?
WrestleMania 32.
Fuck that show.
Very long show, needlessly long show. 2 matches are worth it, which is the opener, which is the ladder match, and then you had the women's match, triple threat match. But other than that, it's like I get this show was plagued by injuries, which is why Shane was called back, because Cena was hurt, Randy was hurt, Bray was hurt, Cesaro was hurt. All these guys were hurt and fixed into different plans. This is allegedly where we're supposed to get Cena and Undertaker. You know, at least like one of the times. That wasn't going to happen. But then you had like Seth Rollins was hurt also. But then you have like the anointment of Roman Reigns is the most annoying thing to me because they tried to pass the torch to him many different times. And by different guys too, and no one believed it. No one bought it. And this was during the Roman Reigns like kind of tail end, like, okay, he's not wearing blue contacts anymore. But during the build, they still wrote him off because he had to go get surgery. I think he had to get like surgery on his nose or something like that.
Like nasal surgery, like a
Yeah.
deviated septum or something.
And just the whole it was a whole slog because it's like you knew Roman was winning. You know, it's a Triple H match at WrestleMania, so it's at least going 30. And it was just like, and Pat and I, again, we talked about this on like the Authority episode on Wrestling Retold and Lee Lived. And I was surprised to find out Hogan's a phony too. But it was one of those things where it's like Pat and I talked about it. And this is like we're at the tail end of, because we consider this like, this is the end of the Authority storyline. And the thing is, it's like, we felt deflated because the entire story building up to this point, and just to anoint Roman Reigns, where it's just like, we don't believe him as this guy. It just felt like a very flat ending. I will say the only one of the good things that happened the next night was the Bray Wyatt point and Roman spear gif that you can see every now and then. But this show is just it was a slog to get through. Like the pre-show, how many people remember Kalisto's U.S. Championship reign defending against the Ryback? How many of you remember Total Divas versus the Real Divas or whatever they were called?
Oh shit! They even have the Usos against the Dudleys is on that pre-show too, weren't they?
Exactly, it was on the pre-show, and it was just man, just like a big fever dream of everything that was going on, and. Yeah, it was just like everyone almost had the wrong winner, because we talked about Jericho and AJ. Thankfully, AJ won his match against Jericho the next day, so I guess it makes some sense. The League of Nations and New Day, where New Day retained their tag titles the next day over the League of Nations. And the Shane McMahon story, which I get very kerfuddled by, because it was the lockbox story.
Oh,
we never had the lockbox.
I don't know
right.
what's in the lockbox. I think
we know now.
I think we know now.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the result was if Shane were to win, he would run Monday Night Raw. He would run the shows. Cool, whatever. Shane loses, comes out the next night. Finn says, "Oh, you know what? You're running Monday Night Raw, for the night." And the thing is, it's just basically half this card didn't matter. it didn't matter because they basically retconned all these victories the next night. So like, and this is only my number 2. When we get to my number 1, oh boy, we're gonna go for a ride.
I can't wait. Now, Tyler, you said 2 was your 2, right?
Yep.
All right, Mike, what is your second worst WrestleMania of all time?
It is WrestleMania 2000. No.
Yay!
Yeah.
The stare off into space and shaking his head that Jeremy gave. It's just like, fuck.
It's a bad one. It's a bad one.
First off, the main event that didn't need any of the fucking McMahons in it.
Preach,
That
brother.
whole storyline was trash. Like, actually, no, fuck that whole family. I was gonna be nice to Linda, but you know what?
No, fuck her, fucking
Fuck her
bitch.
too.
Didn't want to be nice to Shane. What did he ever do?
All right, Shane is the only one in that family that has any sense.
You know, AEW owner Shane McMahon.
Yeah, the match for the Intercontinental and the European title, okay.
Yeah.
But then you have matches like Terry Reynolds versus the Cat.
Cat fight.
Yeah, and a cat fight.
Ugh.
Whoop-de-doo. China and Too Cool versus the Radicals. After, China finds out that,
You know what?
Eddie's-
I just realized there's one thing we haven't mentioned about this. What about Chester McCheeserton or whatever in the
Head cheese.
head cheese?
Head
Oh,
cheese.
Look,
Oh, I was gonna
there
get
will be
this.
no head cheese slander.
There will be a ton
We
of
have-
head cheese slander, both in
we
the
have a
wrestling
tag
aspect
team-
and the football aspect. Fuck head cheese.
A tag
Listen.
team match where the team's names
The
are Head
Lethal
Cheese.
Weapon, Steve Blackman, the
TNA.
uncrowned
TNA.
Brawl for All champion.
TNA
Yeah.
and Head Cheese. What the fuck?
Like Test got such a raw deal because he was
Test
in
should have
TNA
been
and then
Was that?
and
like-
then he was a single star and Stacey Keeler made him call his fans testicles.
Testicles, yeah. That
listen,
happened.
it was that, and then remember his TNA wrestling run as the Punisher, Andrew Martin.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Mhm.
I liked him in TNA.
Oh.
And then you had
You were the only one. No, I'm just kidding, bud.
Yeah.
that was
I
a
mean-
weird era in TNA too, because that like Joni Lawler came back and they brought in Quiche for like a match.
Don't get me started, please. I'm almost to my number 1. I only have so much anger to give.
And then you have the Cousins fight in Hardcore Holly and Crash for the Hardcore title.
Yeah.
Accuracy.
Yeah, I don't know,
I
Chrissy.
know.
It was the hardcore like
Oh,
timer
the
invitational.
invitational.
Oh
thing.
yeah, the
Yeah.
tag
Oh yeah,
team
but
had a
the
role-
wrong guy won.
But
Yeah.
thankfully they had the right music queued up because they were cousins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
weird tidbit about that, even though Crash was like already weirdly like he was a thing, like
Mhm.
fully amazing everything, that night he was wearing Hardcore Holly's tights.
Yeah.
Why?
And they put Taz, who was probably the most over person in WWE, like new, and they threw him in that match too.
And the fact that in that match you had multiple members of the Mean Street Posse hold a championship. I mean, that doesn't tell you how bad
But
that
we
was.
did get Funaki,
Ah,
Indeed.
indeed.
and Viscera.
Yeah,
I don't know
no,
why
it
when
was
I
like-
think of the Mean Street Posse, like I don't know why my brain instantly goes to the Impractical Jokers. Don't know why that happens, but it does.
To be fair, they
That's
were like
what-
that is a solid comparison.
That is actually crazy. But yeah, WrestleMania 2000, whatever.
Yeah.
I go back to watch Ice-T's performance and that Hardcore Battle Royal. Because I like violence.
Yes, yes, you do. All right. My number 2. It's been mentioned. 27. Let's get the good out of the way. All right. Taker, Triple H. Great. Good match. Cody against Ray. And Cody's first real kind of big moment of singles. Love the build. Everything about it was great. Ray is Captain America. Cool. Love the mask with Cody. Good. Punk against Orton. Like you said, Richie, going back to the storytelling. Great. You know, it was cool that they kind of came back to that. But the fact of the matter is, the rest of this show is just so complete and utter dog shit and such a black eye. Like, it's that fucking bad that it gets it that high on my list. I mean, you open with Alberto Del Rio going up against Edge. You know, I'm thankful that Edge was able to come back and that wasn't truly his like last match, because that was kind of depressing for me for years.
And we got that last man standing match, which was
Yeah.
The whole, oh god, don't even get me started on fucking Sticky or Smoosh Smoosh. You got fucking Smoosh Smoosh going up against fucking like just that's fucking garbage. Shouldn't have fucking been there. This is why like celebrities and wrestling fucking don't man.
I will say, just quick sidebar, she fared much better than the other Jersey Shore castmates that tried their hand in wrestling.
In TNA around the same
yeah.
exact
God,
time.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Ronnie and Angelina both showed up in TNA.
JWoww.
Richie, thoughts?
You know, there are times in a man's life where he thinks this is it. That his life flashes before his eyes, and he doesn't think life can quite be the same after experiencing it. WrestleMania 27 is one of those shows.
Yep.
Fair comparison.
Fucking the fact one of the biggest black eyes on this show too, of course, the fact that Vladimir Kozlov got stolen his WrestleMania moment as they take him out of the 8-man tag to put Kofi in. I mean, come on, Kozlov, the stuff he was doing with Santino at the time.
I will say Santino's entrance in that match is the funniest thing of that entire show.
Oh yeah,
it is so funny. Like it's the power walk, and he's just so angry, and it's so glorious.
Yeah. The main event itself, say what you will with Miz. I mean, cool, he got a main event, whatever. But the match is shit, and because the thing is, all it was a hype package. A 30-minute hype package that ended with a guy getting his concussion for WrestleMania 28.
I thought you were gonna say, "Cool, he got a concussion. Fine, whatever." I thought that's where it was going.
I wish no ill will, unless you're Terry Bollea. Fuck you.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like they wanted to do the John Cena, The Rock, pass the torch like story, but like Cena already had the torch for quite a while.
For like
he didn't need the Rock endorsement.
Yeah. The only good thing about that match was Miz's entrance. Like it's touched upon, Nas doing that was fucking great, and him coming down with the awesome. But without a shadow of doubt, the biggest black guy, it's fucking Michael Cole against Jerry Lawler. Jesus fucking Christ, is this fucking terrible? Like there is nothing. Not even getting Jerry, like whether you love Jerry Lawler, hate him, whatever, not even giving him a moment or whatever. Like it's just fucking, this match is so fucking horrendous. And the world got to be introduced for the first time to Michael Cole's god-awful kiss tattoos. Jesus, man. I get those things. I hope you got that shit retouched or something, because it looks like a fucking toddler drew them on there. Everything about that fucking match, if you even want to call it a match. Like, that's the biggest eyesore to me, is the Michael Cole, Jerry Lawler. The fact that they got like with entrances and hype package, they probably had over 30 minutes of WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Like was dedicated to that shit. Like just Jesus Christ, terrible. 27's fucking awful. It's a fever dream. But here we are, folks. We're down to it. The number one, the worst of the worst. Mike and I are gonna tag team number one here. I know.
Can I say something?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I am on your guys'. We're gonna do this triple threat. This.
Oh, okay.
But I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna speak my piece, and I'm gonna let you guys be the rage, and just be all the anger and the rage.
Thank you, Tyler.
Hold on, let me put my feet up for this one. This is gonna be a good one.
It is number 9. The only match I actually do like on that whole card is Luger and Mr. Perfect. I think that's actually a very underrated match on that card. That was one of Luger's best WWE matches, mainly because I think Kurt Hennig and him just worked well together. But then all I got to say is, fuck Hulk Hogan. The floor is yours, guys.
Ooh, Mike, you want me to go first? You want to go first?
Please.
Okay, all right. Yes, 9 is our worst, and in Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, Mary Mother of God. It's so fucking bad. 9 is oh my God. It's Okay, first off, let's get the good out of the way. Great tag match with the Steiner brothers and the Head Shrinkers.
That's my
Fucking
favorite match
that
of the card.
That was
That's
good too.
that is, as you kids say, a banger. Like, great matchup. Can't take anything away from them. Sean and Tatanka kicking it off. Shitty finish, but the match itself, okay. And then it's just a shitstorm from there, as it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Doink and Crush and the two Doinks. What the fuck are we doing here? Like, really? Fucking really?
Shout out to Bill Alfonso getting his WrestleMania moment in that, though.
Well, I guess there's that. Glass half full, right? Razor Ramon and Bob Backlund. Why the fuck are they even on the card? Like, this just randomly, all right, we'll get them on here. Okay, what the hell? No real build-up or anything. What the fuck? I'm going to save the tag match because I'm going to tie that into the end for me. I'm not going to speak a whole lot about Undertaker's match because I'm going to let Mike do that. Yeah. Luger and Perfect. It's not bad, but it's not great. I mean, it's there.
It's decent for a Luger match.
Yeah. But God damn it, the reason this WrestleMania just sucks the ever-loving fucking life out of you is because of one person alone. It's Terry fucking Bollea. It's like, I've said this for years. I hate that son of a bitch. I have hated Hulk Hogan for so fucking long before everywhere it was cool to hate Hulk Hogan, okay? I fucking hated Hulk Hogan since I was a 10-year-old, and it's all because of this fucking moment right here, because he just shits and pisses on everything that the WWF had done in the past year, and just because he fucking is an ego goddamn maniac that comes in and is like, oh, hey, here's a good idea, brother, because we're going to go on the European tour, and you're not going to draw worth a shit unless you have a big name like me. Fuck you, Hogan. Bret Hart was a bigger draw than you over in fucking overseas. They fucking loved that man. They adored that man. Like, they would fucking kill for that man. Not for you, you fucking American beer shit chugging motherfucker. Like, Hulk Hogan is the biggest piece of shit on the fucking planet as far as I'm concerned. I've hated that man for fucking years, and it all stems and it all starts, and the seeds were planted at this fucking WrestleMania, because that goddamn motherfucker comes in, not only takes a moment from Bret Hart, who's being built up as one of your top stars, okay? He also takes a moment from Yokozuna, who's finally getting his moment to shine. It's like, nope, I don't think so. We got to end it on a good note. You got to have a baby face walk out with the belt, brother. Even the crowd was just kind of half-assed, like, okay, cool, I guess. No, it wasn't fucking cool. It was fucking awful. It was fucking terrible. It was fucking bullshit. And the fact that, like, later on, oh, okay, I'll work with you, Brett, and I'll give you that moment to shine. Bull fucking shit. He was not gonna fucking do that. Like, I mean, fuck Terry Bollea. You are a scum-sucking, gutter piece of fucking shit.
He's worse than the devil from the Bible.
Yes. Yeah. And the fact that years later we find out, like, the real piece of shit that he is, which doesn't shock me at all in the least bit. Like, fuck. Oh, fuck it. Mike, take over. I got it.
Okay, so first break with this match. Tatanka should have beat Shawn Michaels. The match was okay, but that should have been Tatanka's fucking moment to get that IC title. The fact that he never won a belt in the WWF is fucking crazy with how over he was. Again, the tag match was my favorite match of the card. The Doink versus Crush match, whatever. But my gripe is Mark Calloway in late 1989, early 1990 got told by Ole fucking Anderson, you will never make any money in this business. But this dude from Argentina who plays pro basketball will. So Mark Calloway leaves. And what the fuck happens 4 years later? He gets stuck with this man. And how the fuck does a guy who's supposed to be dead lose by fucking chloroform to the mouth? How
I
the
wish I had
fuck does that make
chloroform to
sense?
my mouth instead of seeing fucking Hogan win that goddamn belt.
but like the dude and the gimmick in itself was weird with the Yeti.
Bodysuit and the hairy
Yeah.
nipples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna eat after this. Oh, I didn't need that.
John Gonzalez, I'm sorry, but he didn't work in WCW as El Gigante. That failed miserably. So you give him a contract and you make him John Gonzalez, and he failed. This whole rivalry was stupid. So dumb that they kind of like halfway through the rivalry, they're like, "Nah, we're just gonna have him feud with Ted DiBiase and the $1 Million Corporation." Yeah, so fuck that, and fuck Ole Anderson too. Just on top of that, for
I love
telling
that
us
we tied that in somehow with fuck all these people and fuck Ole Anderson too. You had nothing to do with goddamn WrestleMania 9, but fuck you, you miserable bastard.
telling him that Mark Calloway wasn't going to make any money in business is crazy because he was making money in WCW as Mean Mark Callis.
I would say one thing though with 9, and it kind of got touched on. The aesthetic was cool, like the whole Roman Coliseum thing. That was kind of neat,
Caesar's
you know.
Palace.
And the
Mhm.
fact
The
that you could
best part about that whole aesthetic was fucking Bobby the Brain Heenan coming in on the camel backwards.
and you get to
That's
see his
hilarious.
ass.
Yeah,
Yes,
That's
Bobby
hilarious.
the Brain Heenan's ass, and the Macho Man
Randy's-
just like
yeah, Randy Savage's gear always perfect at this time. But yeah, also Lex Luger, Mr. Perfect was a great gimmick. I didn't get Lex Luger's gimmick at this time. It just with the
Narcissist.
mirrors and whatnot. It was just like,
The
okay,
narcissist.
you're a muscled up narcissist jackass. Okay, cool. Like, kind of bland to me. But yeah, fuck Hulk Hogan because that main event trash. But so the Undertaker Giant Gonzalez match has always pissed me off watching it. Like, you're gonna put chloroform to a dead guy. All right.
it just like I say, it just fucking shit, fucking garbage, everything about it, and just the piece, the cherry on top, or the fucking turd on top in this case, is the whole Hogan stuff going in for business for himself. It's to me,
And I'm
it's the
happy
worst.
Randy Savage punched you in the face for trying to get in a
I
feud
wish
with
he would have
Miss
fucking
Elizabeth.
punched him repetitively in the face. Fuck Hogan. Go do
Trying-
Thunder in Paradise, you piece of shit, because nobody's gonna fucking watch that anyway. Ah, god damn it! All right, we've vented. Richie, it's your time to shine, my friend. What's your worst WrestleMania?
Ah, goody. How can I follow that? The answer is I can't, but I'll try anyway. So my number 1 is WrestleMania 34.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Now, let me get the positives out of the way first. Because, I'm a very positive guy by nature. Opener, IC title, great. Charlotte versus Asuka, I enjoyed. Some people might argue with the result. I've said I don't mind the result. However, there's a lot of things about this show that really grind my gears a little bit. So,
I've actually blocked this WrestleMania out of my brain. I had to look up the card.
yeah,
this-
let me remind you of that. Let me remind you of this card, this lovely card that I have right in front of me. So, Jinder Mahal wins the United States Championship in a Fatal 4-Way. If you remember
God.
Randy as the U.S. Champion. I don't blame you if you don't. And he won it with Rusev, who was added to the match last minute because he was over, and Bobby Roode as well. And then Jinder dropped this championship 8 days later because he was going to get drafted to SmackDown, and he was, or drafted the Raw, rather, whatever. Kurt Angle, Ronda Rousey, Triple H, Stephanie McMahon, fine. It was cool. But then it started something.
Yes.
Started the career of Ronda Rousey. I'm not sure how I feel about that. And her first run was fine. No real complaints. But the delusions of grandeur ended there for her. Because then it was a lot downhill from here. Unharmful stuff, the triple threat tag team match for the SmackDown tag titles with the Bludgeon Brothers, New Day, Usos, fine, whatever. And now we get to Undertaker versus John Cena. I've wanted to see this match ever since Taker tombstone John Cena for no reason at Madison Square Garden in 2009 when they were tag partners in that triple threat tag team match against DX and Jericho.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, this is going to be awesome when it finally happens because we haven't seen this John Cena against The Undertaker. So weeks upon weeks upon weeks, Cena's calling Taker out, no response. John Cena does something with Elias, which is also cool because you know what? He does it the same year the next year. So we get double back-to-back John Cena Elias segments. Cool. But then Taker's code and hat appear, bang, bada, boom, lightning. And then Taker just defeats John in less than 3 minutes. Cool. I'm fine. Whatever. Is what it is. Daniel Bryan returns with Shane. Shane fell out of a helicopter, had like diverticulitis or something in the same week of that. Cool. Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn fired forever until the next week. Awesome. Nia Jax versus Alexa Bliss for the Women's Championship. Did nothing for me. Whatever. It's a fine story. Braun Strowman is the number one contender for the tag team titles. He is by himself number one contender. And there was a lot of people hyped up. Who's going to be his partner? Who's going to be his partner after he won a battle royal dethroning the entire Raw tag team division against the Bar? Braun says, I'm going to pick a partner. Now, you had a lot of awesome people in the crowd that night. You had Kazuchika Okada. You had Hiroshi Tanahashi because they were there to support somebody else in a match I'm going to get to. But he chose Nicholas, who is the son of referee John Cole. And this match, we have the youngest champion in WWE history, which is a 10-year-old child, which they had to vacate the next night because he had 4th grade. Cool.
Reasons.
Cool. I'm not mad. Not mad. So, the WWE Championship, one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, AJ Styles, had to defend against Shinsuke Nakamura because Shinsuke won the Rumble. I know it's going to be a classic epic. Or so we thought. But instead, it started a storyline where Shinsuke was obsessed with punching AJ in the balls. Not just this pay-per-view. Not just the next pay-per-view. But the pay-per-view after. And there's a canonical reason why this is a thing. Because they never explained it on TV. If you look at the WWE had a comic run. And they explained why Shinsuke did this. He did this so he could get more matches that were classics. But here's the problem when you guarantee classic matches. They're supposed to be classics. This was not that. This was there. It was the definition of there, and that should not be the case. But what else? What else do we have? Oh, yes. We have Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns. This was going to be the anointment of the big dog. He was finally going to defeat Brock Lesnar, where they were building this up, and they were building this up as this is the night. This is the night for Roman Reigns, and everyone was dreading it. But we knew it's almost over. We just have to get to the finish line. That is WrestleMania 34. We get there. Roman kicks out of 5 F5s. Might be more. Might be less. But it was 5. It was around 5. Roman bleeds a gusher. He just will not say quit. People want to complain about finisher spam. This was finisher spam to a T. I don't want to hear about anything. And then Roman Reigns, he gets another F5. 1, 2, 3. Brock Lesnar retains the Universal Championship. We are still on this. Roman Reigns needs to overcome the odds because we can't do anything that's not from the John Cena playbook. And you know what's even funnier about this? Once Brock enters the curtain, and he's so upset, he throws the championship at Vince, and Vince calls him an a-hole. No, he's not the a-hole, because he knew this was a bad idea. You, Vince, you are the a-hole for this, for making us go here and watch Roman's overcoming the odds for another 4 months. And you know what's even worse? That had to be cut short due to natural things that happened, and I'm so happy that Roman Reigns is healthy to live the tale. But you then had to go on this trajectory. You had Samoa Joe, the wrong Samoan named Joe, face Roman Reigns at Backlash. Had the crowd turning away on that one. But then you just left it on a note because you wanted to tick us off a little bit more. And the thing is, Brock and Roman, they want to pretend it's that legendary rivalry. It is not. There were 2 good matches in that entire feud. The first one and the last one. Those are the only matches that matter in that entire feud. And that was the span of 2015 all the way to 2022. Didn't need to be that long. Didn't need that. Didn't want that. But you thought this was a generational rivalry. Well, it wasn't. It wasted a lot of time on television. I wasted a lot of time on television, and that's on me. But this is a show where you lost hope. This was that show. I'm done.
Bravo, sir. Bravo. Yes. Yeah. Fuck. Like, I had it on my list, but yeah, definitely not as that high. But now you make such a compelling story. I'm like, fuck, I should have put it higher. So, all right, here we go. Pat, tell us, what is the worst WrestleMania of all time?
I don't know how I'm going to follow both of those riveting teardowns of 2 shows, but I will do my damnedest. For me, the worst WrestleMania of all time is WrestleMania 4. Fuck this pay-per-view. First of all, it is 16 matches long. 16 matches. Only 2 of which go over 10 minutes. And 6 of the 16 end in non-finishes. Whether by disqualification, count out, or in the case of DiBiase's match, I think it was a time limit draw. I'm bringing it up here. But yes, as Tyler mentioned earlier when he talked about it, a tournament has to make sense. In the reverse, I am a fan of the King of the Ring thing. This entire card. First of all, one of the things that pisses me off about this is it was billed as a 4-hour spectacular, and the poster for the show was 2 headshots of Hogan and Andre, who don't go on past the first fucking round. So you hyped up this 4-hour spectacular with the quote unquote maybe in hopes of Andre versus Hogan, and their match ends in a double DQ, which it fucking shouldn't have had because Hogan hit Andre first. Andre won that match. Once again, to not confuse Richie, get fucked, Terry Bollea.
There we go.
This
proper grammar is my favorite.
First off, the first match is a battle royal won by Bad News Brown, who last eliminates Bret fucking Hart. I get it. It wasn't quite Bret's time, but still, Bad News fucking Brown? Really? Okay, fine. Whatever. Ted DiBiase defeats Jim Duggan. That's 5 minutes.
Oh.
Fine.
That's a victory against America.
That was a metaphor at the time, Pat, for how greed was taking over.
I was just thinking the same thing.
That's how capitalism took over, right there.
Yeah,
that's how it started.
No, that's how Donald Trump became president.
That's how the Walmarts took over.
Yeah. Don Morocco versus Dino Bravo ended in a DQ. Greg the Hammer Valentine beat Ricky Steamboat in a match that went 9 minutes. Savage defeated Butch Reed. Also, every single one of these matches all has so-and-so with... So there were managers or someone following person out on every single match. You do not need managers and assistants and help for every match on the card because that, just as wrestling has taught us, that almost like 75% of the time guarantees they're going to involve themselves in some way. And when you have some form of a dusty finish on every single match of the card and interference in every single match, you instantly deflate your audience because they know they're not going to get what they came for. One Man Gang defeated Bam Bam Bigelow by countout in a match that went less than 3 minutes. Jake Roberts and Rick Rude ended in a time limit draw. That is one of the only matches that went longer than 10 minutes. It went exactly 15. Ultimate Warrior defeated Hercules. Cool, Warrior. Who the fuck cared about Hercules? Nobody. The Hogan Andre debacle that I already got into. Fuck Hogan. Sorry, get fucked Hogan.
Specific there.
Yeah. DiBiase then went on to defeat Morocco, 5 minutes. Savage defeated Valentine, 6 minutes. Brutus Beefcake defeated the Honky Tonk Man by DQ. That wasn't part of the tournament. That was a singles match for the Intercontinental title. So cool. Hogan got his guy to win, but not enough to give him a title. But honestly, why would you give Brutus any kind of title fucking anyway?
In their defense, both of them were Hogan guys.
Well, one of them was. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Okay. The Islanders defeated the British Bulldogs and. Sorry, hold on. The Islanders and Bobby Heenan defeated the British Bulldogs and Coco Beware in a 6-man tag that went 7 minutes. Randy Savage defeated One Man Gang in the semifinals by DQ in 4 fucking minutes.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Demolition tag match went 12 minutes. That's the only other match that went beyond 10 minutes. That went 12:30. And then Randy Savage defeated Ted DiBiase for the vacant title at 9 minutes and 27 seconds. The fuck was the point of this show other than to eventually, quote unquote, crown Savage? And then, yes, it was a great moment. Miss Elizabeth on his shoulders. But as Richie so eloquently pointed out, who the fuck cared? Because then Hogan came out and immediately stole Savage's thunder. Immediately. Hulk Hogan is such a pretentious douche, such a pompous ass that he couldn't let somebody else have the shine. You got the shine in 1. You got the shine in 2. You got the shine in 3. 3 years of this newfound system of WWE putting on their equivalent of the Super Bowl. You reigned supreme in those matches. And you couldn't give it up one fucking time to someone who was at the time more over with the fans than you, that was drawing more than you were. You had to be that much of an inconsiderate asshole that you couldn't give one moment to Randy Savage, who by all stretch of the imagination is a better wrestler than you, can cut better promos than you, just from an aesthetic looked better than you, gear-wise in general. Everything about Macho Man was better than Hogan. But because he wasn't Hogan, it wasn't ever given to him properly. This card is bullshit. This entire pay-per-view is bullshit. And the ending is such a moment in time that shows you why even up before we found out who Terry Bollea was, why people look back and couldn't stand Hulk Hogan. And I've done the conversation ad nauseum about the WWEF whatever Mount Rushmore. Hogan's not on mine. And everyone's like, you can't discredit Hogan. For I was like, look, for all intents and purposes, the Hulk Hogan character was quintessential and one of the founding building blocks to making WWF and WWE what it is. I am not taking that away. It's one of the very few things I will give Hulk Hogan. Very few. It's probably the only thing I'm going to give him. However, if you just go back and look at Mania 1 through 9, it is a Rolodex of what a horrible fucking person, businessman, friend, and competitor that Hulk Hogan is. And this one, going back and through all of the pantheon of all WrestleManias, this one pisses me off the most because the card in and of itself, like I said, was horseshit, but the ending just drives me up a wall that you just couldn't not be you for one night. And it's so deflating, especially knowing what became of Macho Man and how he should have been continued to be great, but we still see Macho Man as an incredible superstar, an incredible wrestler,
Incredible human being.
incredible human being, barring the TNA run, barring the slapping Tori Wilson, barring the Be a Man album, all of that to the side.
Hold on here.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Hey.
Man.
You're saying Be a Man is not good?
It's the greatest diss album ever.
It is the second best wrestling album ever.
That's a fact.
Anyway, that aside, growing up, I grew up and started watching wrestling and became more aware of wrestling when I was about 5. So that would have made it 96. So this is starting the new generation era, trailing into the Attitude Era. But even at that time, I was fully aware of the magnitude, the gravitas, the pomp and circumstance, no pun intended with his theme song, that Macho Man carried. And I knew Hogan was Hogan, but when I go back and look, even from the time I was a child to now,
It's cringe.
it blows my mind.
He was the heel.
Yes. Like,
He would
Like
do a
you-
back rake.
you go back and look at it, you're like, how is this guy more popular than this guy? And and I know I'm going on a tangent that doesn't have anything to do with 4. I'm just basically going on a Hogan rant, but sorry. But
No,
yeah,
please do. We
No,
encourage
yeah.
Hogan rants on this channel.
yeah, like, it's so unbelievable to me that as a collective in wrestling fans, we just all let it slide for as long as we did. Obviously, Jeremy notwithstanding. It's so
I
funny.
haven't either. Fuck
Okay.
that man since I was a kid.
Fuck.
MJ as well.
I started watching wrestling like late 2003, so like Hogan was already gone. I heard of him, but I was
Yeah.
like, I'm like, who is this mustachioed man who wears the red and yellow?
Yeah, but even like when I was a kid, like I always just thought Hogan was goofy. Like the red and yellow never did anything for me. All of his movies are fucking horrible.
Yep.
All of them. No Holds Barred, Mr. Nanny. Thunder
Suburban
Paradise.
Commando though
Suburban
No.
Commando.
has
It's
Christopher Lloyd
I agree.
saying I was frozen today, and it is
Yes.
a generational line because it's Christopher Lloyd.
Isn't Suburban
Yep.
Commando the Dookie line, or is that Mr.
No,
Nanny?
that's no.
That
holds
is also
barred.
the film debut of Mark Calloway as the
Yeah.
Undertaker.
All right. We're
Yep.
gonna get
So-
you, Ramsey. Oh, good.
Yes,
Oh,
just
good.
so. But this is for me. This is the moment where I looked, like I took a long look at wrestling, and I was like, "What the fuck happened here? Why did I know why? Like obviously, but it's so mind blowing to me that this happened and that it was allowed to happen. Like even quote unquote like Cena, Rock, Austin, whoever, I genuinely would like to believe The Rock maybe somewhat withstanding, but like if the biggest star, fully proven the biggest star of the company, was set to win the title and they're like, hey, Hunter, Vince, whoever, John Laurinaitis, whatever, when he wins, I'm going to go out there and celebrate with him. I would like to think that we like, the fuck no.
You can't let him have his fucking moment. You got to be fucking yeah. Don't
Yeah.
even get me started.
So-
Yeah.
In every aspect, I hate this show. I hate it. It is, I can slog my way through some of the older manias. 5, 2, I can, as much as I don't enjoy them, I can grit my teeth and bear them. I cannot watch this show. I just can't.
Respect.
I knew instantly when you sent me the invite and you asked. All the other ones I had to rank and place. This one I knew from the outright exactly which one was my number one because fuck this show. Fuck
Yep.
this show. I can I hope that it gets buried in a hole 3 inches taller than it can climb out of. And yeah, I hope Terry Bollea gets covered in honey and put in a bear exhibit. I hate it. I can't stand it. That's my rant. Fuck WrestleMania 4, and Terry Bollea can go fuck himself.
There you go. Folks, if you've taken anything away from tonight's episode of Learning the Ropes, it's this. That Terry Bollea is a fucking piece of shit. We all hate his fucking guts. He's a special place in hell for him. And you know what? Me personally, I'm going to pull a Jim Cornette here and say, like, the day I'm going to live long enough because I want to be there to go on his fucking grave and defecate on it, because fuck Terry Bollea. I said what I said. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Fuck him. He's a fucking piece of shit. Oh, goddamn. Well, this is by far, I think we just broke the record tonight for the longest Learning the Ropes of all time, but we had a lot. Yes, I think it is fuck Hulk Hogan indeed. But as we close out, we've talked about the 13 worst WrestleManias and how we all fucking hate Terry Bollea because he's a piece of shit. But we always got to close out the right way. We got to do a plug-a-palooza to end things. Pat, my friend, tell us where we can find you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. My name is Patrick, a.k.a. Pat the Wise Man. You can follow me on TikTok at Pat the Wise Man with underscores in between each word. I make wrestling content as well as roasting morons on the internet. It's a lot of fun. If you enjoyed anything that I've talked about this evening and you want to see it in a higher capacity, you can follow me there. I have a secret endeavor coming soon that I won't spoil, but things are coming. Also,
That's what she
I
said.
know. I have been, this whole past 3 months, I have been swamped with work. I've had almost no time off. But however, Richie, if you don't mind me announcing, because it is coming, a new episode of Retold and Relive with Richie Mars with himself and me, where we will be discussing Lucha Underground, is coming very, very soon. So stay tuned for that. If we run another 3 hours, hey, at least it'll be an enjoyable 3 hours this time.
At least it'll be a fun one.
Yes, because I have been watching a lot of Lucha Underground lately. It's going to be great. And shout out to all the other members of the Familia, Doug and Michaela, who are with MJ on, what is it? Netflix and Raw.
Netflix and Raw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should give them our nickname. They can be the Raw Dogs from now on. They tune in every Monday for a Raw watch along. Brian, who runs runtheropes.shop, if you would like to cop yourself some Familia merch. I have personal Wise Man merch. Richie has merch. Chrissy, Doug, Michaela, 216 Beanie Baby, Ebby, Hot Take Wrestling, Joe. All of us are up there. You can use the code WiseMan15, get yourself 15% off as well as free shipping. Brian just re-updated the site. It looks super dope. Personally, I couldn't do it. If you are looking to make any kind of merch yourself or any kind of designs, reach out to Brian, reach out to BC. He does incredible work. Jeremy, MJ, thank you for having me on again. It's always a pleasure. And request soon, I need another Friday night movie night. I need it.
Oh,
need
we can make that happen. We can make that happen. Yeah. Richie, my friend, tell us where they can find you.
First off, thank you for having us on XLJ. Really do appreciate it. Always like talking to you guys. You can find me at Retold Richie Mars on the Instagram, the YouTube, and the TikTok. That's where I'm most active. I'll try to put 3 or 4 videos a day on current day wrestling stuff. We're about to cross over that gap to the good old 10K number, which is really exciting. Really, I don't want to get too emotional on it while I think of my words, but it's like it's really cool to actually like kind of like build something up and actually have like content out there. But one of the main contents I do is the podcast, Wrestling Retold and Relive with Richie Mars, on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and on YouTube now. You can check out all past episodes, including one with me and Pat the Wise Man. We talk about the Authority angle for 3.5 hours, where you could see us struggle to be happy a little bit. This week, I had the pleasure of talking with Husky Rhodes, talking about the Main Event Mafia from TNA.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
Yeah, so it's like that's on Spotify, YouTube, and Apple Podcasts if you want to check that episode out. And there's no consistent theme. It's usually I'll ask a guest if they want to come on, they choose the topic, and then we just kind of go over it. I'll do research, just ask questions, just have a casual conversation. And because wrestling's supposed to be fun, and that's what this is, it's about fun. Or if it was in the case of the Authority episode, a good vent session, which is what we like, So it's like I've had a lot of people on. I had Suplex Media on. I had Phil Khan on. I had Laugh Not Famous on. I've had Chrissy Tina on. Pro Wrestling Wizard Doug. Everything. And yes, please catch the Richie Mars on 3 hours of SmackDown and 3 hours because he knows I love 3 hour SmackDowns. But I am live on TikTok on NXT and sometimes on Friday. It's NXT with NXT with my lovely co-host Ebby, who is also on Wrestling Retold and Relive with Richie Mars on the John Cena retirement tour and the Total Bellas episode. So that was really fun. But I'm usually on Tuesdays and SmackDown on Fridays. I'll be on there just talking, chatting, nothing too crazy. But once again, thank you so much for having me and everyone on XLJ.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to have you guys on. Tyler, my friend, tell us where we can find you.
Well, first off, thank you for having me on, like what everybody else says. I'm Tyler Wrestles. I am on, you name the social media platform, I pretty much have it. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and X are probably my 4 I'm on the most. But you can find all the links to that at tylerwrestles.com. I have all my social media links on there. I also have a wrestling Discord group. I do live watch-alongs on YouTube, Twitch, X, and TikTok for Raw, SmackDown, NXT, AEW Dynamite. Again, I've been on a little hiatus from that, but I'm going to be doing that again here in a week or two. And we might be adding TNA. So I might be doing 5 nights a week of watch-alongs. So in the meantime, I also create long-form videos on YouTube. I do shorts on YouTube. I do shorts on TikTok, Reels, you name it. I do a lot of things. Let's see. I'm trying to think what else. I will be a week from Saturday. I'm going to Wrestling Revolver, so there'll be a ton of cool content from that. Nice. And I am going to see Mr. XL, the OG. I'm going to be at Squared Circle this year. So.
Oh hell yeah, that's awesome.
So we'll be having some good times out there.
Hell
but
yeah.
If you do stream AEW, I want to see your reaction to the Cope and Mox match, just for scientific purposes.
That's the bad thing. I wasn't able to watch that pay-per-view live, so I had to watch it over the last few nights. And I wish I would have recorded my reaction because I made a video about it today, and I was absolute crap. But I don't know why we're having a second match. That was the main gist of my video. But
I'm the AEW champion.
Nice.
I forgot what that looked like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the briefcase.
Yeah, I do. I have reactionary videos all on my IG too of everything I do, what live watch-alongs for too. So lots and lots of things.
Hell yeah.
Just tossed it.
Just like
it's tossed it like John Moxley does every week.
It's the toy one. It's
plastic. No, I know it's the toy one. I'm just like, well, you treated that with more respect than the current champion does with the championship.
Yeah.
Facts.
Richie knows my feelings on Mox. I'm just not going to get into it.
No, it's going to be another 4-hour podcast.
Mike, brother, tell us where we can find you.
MJG Plus is 1992 on all social medias. You can catch me again Monday nights with Doug, the Pro Wrestling Wizard, and the Ring Queen Michaela as we watch Monday Night Raws. Those have been really fun. Instead of we watch Raw, it's mostly just me trying to pop Michaela and Doug as I make cripple jokes throughout the night. That's been great. Also, Queen's Court. We are still kind of waiting for Monday Night Raws to get put on Netflix. So as we do wait for that, we have been doing reaction videos. So there's the first Queen's Court reaction video that we posted where we made Bree watch ZZW and PWG stuff. Because she knows just a little bit about deathmatch wrestling, and I watch deathmatch wrestling pretty much 24/7.
You should have her watch The Invisible Man versus The Invisible Stan.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
I know they got to watch the infamous Jushin Thunder Liger butt plug moment.
Oh, and
Oh,
PWG,
yeah.
it was the
Good one.
funniest.
Good one.
Yeah, the
That's
funniest
a good
moments of
one.
PWG was a wild video. Because we also watched like Chuck Taylor like grenade throwing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
And then you can catch me on pretty much anything World Championship Wreckage does here, Learning the Ropes, Cool TV, and Rivet City Radio and Off the Top Media for stuff for them every once in a while. As the sixth man, the Jason Terry of that channel.
There you go. And as we mentioned at the beginning of the show, of course, you can catch replays of our Friday night movie night season 3 premiere, where we watched the all-time classic Samurai Cop. That is available now for a replay. It's as bad as it sounds, folks. Of course, you can catch a replay of PW60 from this past week. And a brand new episode of The Hunt is available now as well, where I was out in beautiful Burbank, California, and got to check out a place with the best scout machine called Blast from the Past. Pretty awesome. And speaking of best scout machine and Sienna, they were both on hand for AEW Revolution this past Sunday night. Their mini vlog is available now here on Cole TV as well. And next week, of course, we're going to have a brand new PW60 coming to you, as well as brand new I'm Your Huckleberry will be coming out too. And for the next Learn of the Ropes, because like I say, we're going to stay with the WrestleMania theme, and this has been fun. This has been a really good episode, by the way. I really enjoyed having you all on here. It was great talking about the shitty WrestleManias, but we're going to get back on the positive side of things with WrestleMania. And our next episode of Learning the Ropes is we're going to actually take a look at an aspect of WrestleMania that we all love. And we're going to give you our Baker's Dozen, our top 13 favorite WrestleMania entrances of all time. It's going to be our next episode of Learning the
All
Ropes.
John Cena.
All John Cena, yeah.
That was a joke.
Nah, it's the giant cereal box.
No, it's Rusev on a fucking tank.
But it's a giant
they
cereal
had
box.
intercourse the night before. Who knows? Maybe that's why Rusev and Lana are back together, because they fucked on a tank again. I don't know. Maybe.
Time is a flat
know.
circle.
Yes.
It's
Well,
a
well, gentlemen, thank you again so much. Tyler, Richie, Pat, it's a pleasure having you on with us. Can't wait to do it again, my friends. And thank you all for watching and joining us here tonight on Learning the Ropes. Till next time, we'll see you when you see you. Everybody have a good night.